survive. Oh, all alive.
I've been waiting for you to come through, for all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live on your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. One chance for the world, one hope can save us now. Our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days, 'cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness. rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire,
Greetings and welcome back to another day of the LCK. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We're going to be bringing you Gen G up against Nongshim Red Force. On paper, coming into the season, this looked like one of the biggest matchups. Nongshim have been struggling as of late because of some of the getting sick issues, I suppose you could call it, and having to call up a bunch of their challenger players and it not going so well. So will be interesting to see how they do up against Gen G, who's looking quite strong.
I personally feel like this could still be a great match here. I do think that obviously Gen G are expected to be favored here, but Nongshim also, out of all the teams that have struggled with some people getting COVID, I think had it by far the worst. If you look at how long they were somewhat debilitated, the fact that Peter is back today should make a really big difference as well. But at the same time, Gen G, they had a little bit of a bounce back, and they are also looking very scary.
Definitely looking very scary. They are, I feel like, very comfortably in the second place position here of the LCK right now, and that is quite strong. So we're going to take a look at some points of the match and see how these two teams do match up. As will the win streak continue? Victory via Rumble, Rek'Sai, and Vex against Live Sandbox.
And the core thing for Gen G was, of course, the fact that they had the full roster back. I think that the performance that they had with exclusively Zest was okay, but when Youngjae was in there, when Lospa was in there, it was very clear that, as could be reasonably expected, the team wasn't able to perform. And with the full roster back, I am 100% certain that they want to get a swift and decisive victory here today, because as you pointed out, they are very clearly the second place in the LCK. And we were kind of robbed of the T1 Gen G match. That one will of course come. But I think in Nongshim they should have a pretty good opponent.
Yeah, very true. What is the strategy against Gen G? Definitely a nice question to ask, because they are currently on a 6-game losing streak. I think they sit at 3-7, so they were 3-1 at some point. And Peter did have a lot of success when he was in the roster alongside a Ghost down to the bottom side. Curious to see how that bottom lane is going to match up here. Against
the, I think, really great refound form that Ruler has found, combined with mad genius Lahens, is going to be a tough ask. I think Ghost specifically has, of course, not had the greatest split thus far. Fortunately for Nongshim Red Force, there is one man that is still very much in form, but one man is not really going to kick it, and that is BDD. A player that I think surprised many of us with his Worlds run last year. We knew he was good. He was always in the top 4, but the carry performance that he showed there is something that's going to be needed today if Red Force really wants to or kind of stand up to the power of Gen G.
Yeah, very true. It's Peanut versus BDD, which will backstab the former team. Definitely a aggressive way to state that. Peanut's 7th debut anniversary, so he's been in the league for a very long time. Versus BDD, who is searching for his first POG of spring. A little bit of challenge for him, and it's kind of interesting because BDD in the past was one of our guys that was generally picking up MVPs of the split, right? POGs of the split, if you will, because he received so many on the Gen G roster in the past.
Looking at the overall stats, we mentioned Gen G. They're effectively the second place team. Mind you, these stats, even with having to play with some of their challengers players for a week, still very clearly up there. Whereas for Nongshim Red Force, as mentioned, it's understandable that with 6 games losing in a row that your stats are going to take a bit of a tanking. Just hope they can bounce back here, and it's going to be necessary because this Gen G roster, whether they can match T1 remains to be seen, but everyone else within the LCK has been, honestly, pretty much getting dominated by them.
Yeah, absolutely true. As Gen G, they look very happy today. A lot of smiles, some laughing. As it's good to see them in high spirits once again. All the issues are now gone, and they are back with their full roster. And yeah, I mean, this is a scary team. Generally, a team that I think you, especially, you know, we were talking about that draft, right? The Rumble, Rek'Sai, and Vex. When we first saw that, we're like, man, they're having some fun, right? And I think there is something to be said about not having too much fun today. I think that Nongshim's still a very strong team, and it will be a decent challenge for Gen G.
Main thing for this Gen G roster that I'm going to be looking at today is that while these players are really strong individually, I think that ㅣ2022 is getting back to the performance that we expect of him. I feel like they don't have as strong a team identity as T1 has yet, and that's really something they're going to have to develop. And if you can do it against a, maybe not on paper, but de facto strong team in Nongshim Red Force, then you might be looking at a little bit of a better situation as you get into those later matches.
Yeah, very true. Some smiles here as well. Peter is back. How can you not smile? And yeah, it'll be interesting to see where their mindset is at now, where it feels like this is finally the first time where, you know, we get the whole roster back. Ghost isn't playing support. You know, Peter's back in the support role. VDD's back in the mid lane. Very curious to see how this one is going to go down. There's obviously a lot of fans for this team, a lot of popular players on this roster.
And I talked about the identity of Team Gen G. The same, honestly, can be said for Nongshim Red Force with the amount of, unfortunately, necessary roster swaps that they've had. When the start of the split was there, it was basically just Red. That was looking incredible, that farmed so many of those POGs. But we also saw that Kana is actually very, very essential to this team. When he was missing, when he was unfortunately able to join, his absence was very much felt in terms of laning stats. I think really showing that he is still up there. For Kana, the problem has always been what happens after lane, how are you able to push your leads? And I think that is something where Doran, barring some of his more, I'd say, tilty matches, generally really excels, because while his laning is good, Doran always impresses me by the things he's able to do later on in the team fights as well.
Yeah, both of these guys, exceptional mechanically skilled players for these two rosters and in the LCK, and are just very important to the teams that they are on. Doran, it's good to be back for him as well. And very excited about this matchup. Could have a bit of a fiery one in the top side.
Expecting a lot of priority in the draft on some of the usual suspects that we've seen. And I wonder where the priorities are going to lie, because Gen G, interestingly enough, with this new roster have somewhat tried to shift away from Ruler being the hard carry, and that's a really interesting look, considering, you know, the fact that it's Ruler. Generally not the strategy to go for, but something that with this team, with ㅣ2022 and Doran, you definitely can do. I wonder whether that's something that we're going to see here today as well.
The previous fan, actually, was from Doran's hometown, from Changwon. And it's very far away, and she has made the journey all the way up here to watch Doran and support him here tonight. Understandable. We get a lot of fans from all over Korea, not just Seoul, although I would assume that the majority of the fans are from around this area. As some very interesting signs here.
This might be one of my favorite, just for the
collaboration.
Well, it's the collaboration, but also the amount of references that they threw in there. That's really impressive. I like it. A lot of crossovers there.
Very true. Gen G is having a lot of fun. Like, every time we see them on camera, somebody's laughing, somebody's joking. Nongshim are all business. For them, this is like the trampoline. Like, they fell down onto the trampoline. They went deep into that one, and it's been rough. But now they're looking to jump off of that once again. As VDD is mine, says that Signs. Yes, he's for all of us. Yes, I agree.
Peter's back. Peter and Ghost. If this doesn't fill your heart with joy, I don't know what will. Peter, of course, going down to challengers for a little bit there, said he would not let his team lose a single game. They won one and then lost one, unfortunately. So wasn't his fault.
He tried his best.
He did. I mean, of course he does. It's Peter. But trying your best today is not going to be good enough. And I'm wondering what Nongshim might have prepared here in terms of strategies. Do you think that they are going to have some very specific plans in terms of draft? I think the Hecarim priority might actually be higher. We've seen that champion rise. Of course, it has been met with varying success. I was watching some Academy this morning, and there they played Conqueror and Triforce Hecarim, and it did really well. Shout out to TL Armeo for doing an excellent job on that. And honestly, as long as the compositions allow for it, I do think that the pick justifiably has been rising in priority, as that Gen.G knows. They're aware. Oh, BDD.
No BDD Azirs today. That is banned. And something interesting as well is that Gen.G choose the blue side. This is very common for all of our LCK teams, of course, but Gen.G have been one of the stragglers that sometimes go for the red side, but it seems like they have joined us here on the blue side supremacy. As Caitlyn also going to be banned away, so they do not want to pick that up here.
Karma still available, TF still available, Lee still up. All picks that generally will be first pick worthy, especially with the Caitlyn taken away. Karma can be very hard to punish, enables a lot of other lanes. Rise, of course, also still available. And for Nongshim now, have the option to just ban one of those or give one over to Gen.G, and then maybe you can lock in Karma Rise, right? Which I think is an excellent combo. Maybe you can lock in Rise and Lee, and it looks like that's what they're going to be doing here with the Aphelios ban. A lot of power picks still open.
Yeah, absolutely. Gen.G going to have to make a tough call. Well, for them, it doesn't seem too tough at all, as it looks like Chovy will be jumping onto the Rise here. That does leave the Karma, the Lee Sin, a couple of things you were talking about. And also with all of these, 3 of the best AD carries banned away, they might want to show some priority towards that.
Jhin Karma would be a very safe one here. I do think you pick up the Lee and the Karma here. You can combine a lot with it. And for Gen.G, you're going to always have to play into a lane with a lot of prio. And it's really important to me that you make sure that there isn't free prio available in every lane because of that Rise. Rise is at his most terrifying when he's able to not just get the shove in his own lane, but then roam towards sides. And if you have a bot lane, like a Karma lane, that really easily pushes prio, then you can prevent, or at least to a certain extent, hopefully, the dives that a Rise might otherwise have. But Nongshim are looking in a different direction. I think the Nautilus has been an incredibly strong pick, but it is something that might be exploitable if Gen.G want to prioritize a more shoving lane. As yes, very good.
Yeah. Looking good. And yeah, I mean, the Nautilus has been a linchpin for a lot of different compositions. Land that hook, you have so much reliable point-and-click CC afterwards. But Peter, we've seen him a lot on stuff like Uni, Braum. He has played a couple of times, so going to be pulling out the Nautilus here. And again, the priority on the AD carry will go to Gen.G. They do pick up the Jinx here.
Wonder if they're going to look in the jungler. Zinza obviously still open, but no! Going to lock the blind pick Jace here, and you know my opinions on blind pick Jace. I feel like there is a myriad of champions that can punish the pick. But none of those are probably going to get picked up here, unfortunately. I'm feeling a Graves in the near future. As the Tristana getting picked up here again. Nongshim has been one of the few teams that has actually been prioritizing this pick. Obviously, Nautilus Tristana in terms of lane and all-in, very, very strong. But can also run into some issues if you don't get as much done. The one thing I do like about this pick is that you should be able to reliably counter-shove, somewhat mitigating the threat of that Rise in the mid lane.
Yeah, feels pretty good. No supports here for Gen.G just yet, but you see that Nongshim going to take away the best current tier list jungler, I think, that we have here in the LCK. Xinjiao taken off the board. Could also focus on Peanut once again if they want to. Still a lot of stuff that can be picked here in the support role. So will be hard to ban it all out.
Imagine if there was a champion, that would be really good into both immobile AD carries and people without dashes, and into Jace, and you could just pick him top lane because he's never got. It's Malphite. Come on, fellas.
Very similar, actually, in what those two champs do. Zach just has his on a lower cooldown and longer range.
Well, yeah, but I think you'd never die as Malphite if you get locked in, which they won't. I know I'm asking for the impossible here. It's probably going to be Gragas. which, to be fair, does provide a lot of power to the composition as BDD goes to one of his other comfort picks. One that is, of course, very, very strong, has a great synergy with the Lee in terms of setup, and will provide a lot of power if you can get a hold of vision in the mid to late game.
Yeah, very true. Syndra. BDD also, I feel like slowly he was trying to make that another big mainstay for him. Some insane scout of the weeks that he has pulled off in the past. But enough about that, because Hecarim is being hovered here once again. It did not see any priority in the bans for Nongshim, and Peanut will be picking up the Hecarim this time.
If this wasn't a Jinx, I'd call for the Yuumi. I think that with Jinx, that is way too risky. And they're going to go for the Alistar instead. Really like the pick. I think that Alistar is not only a good matchup into the Nautilus, but also means that you have primary engage. Because Hecarim, very much like champions like Na, isn't really great main initiation. Is very good when he can follow up. But if he goes in himself, especially late game, he's going to get shredded. And no, don't counterpick yourself. Please. Malphite's right there. No. One of the few, I think, reliable counters to Gwen is Jace. We've seen this matchup a lot. You don't need the Gwen either. I think that going for a straight-up team-fighting, hard-engage comp into the poke that Gen G is available here with the Jace and with the Jinx would have been very, very nice, but that's not the direction they're going in. And Nongshim, with this composition, falling behind in the mid to early stages of the game is going to make it incredibly hard. I think that it's relatively hard to stall with a composition like this. Your wave clear is okay.
Oh my God.
It's really good and also very terrifying.
So is this, actually. Ghost and Peter together as some other characters. Chovy does have a very nice villain Victor face. But he's not going to be playing the Victor this time around. He will be jumping onto the Rise. And from what we can tell, I mean, it's pretty well-rounded. They have some very reliable engage, nice scaling with the Jinx, some early playmaking with the Rise, and you've got Poke and the Jace. A lot of different pieces that do come together pretty nicely.
For Nongshim Red Force, it's about taking control in the mid-game. If you can chain hooks, chain scatters into Lee Sin's assassinating targets, Tristana can get resets, those kind of skirmishy fights, those are going to be great. Actual front to back, I think, is going to be really hard with the complete lack of frontline that they have. And with Nongshim Red Force, their current form, I would have liked to see something a little bit safer. I think against Gen G, they're taking a big risk here, but the payoff can be huge as well.
It can be. I feel like generally teams don't get away with it too often. We saw recently DRX were able to do it in a matchup they were favored to win. With a more aggressive composition, we were able to shut down a lot of scaling, the Corki, stuff like that. Nongshim's composition, I feel like we haven't seen the Omega late game Tristana just yet. We have seen a little bit of it, but curious to see if Ghost can get there in this game.
And looking lane to lane, like I mentioned, I think you'd want to try to play towards bot lane. Looks like that is what Dread is doing as well. Going to start on the top side of the map, and I'd say play through your Tristana, try to get her ahead as much as possible. As I say that, Dread will be heading over to the bot side of the jungle, and risk, of course, with this is that if you are not able to get anything done, which I think is going to be relatively hard in that Jace versus Gwen matchup, with the Jace having as much control as he does, and you're not being able to snowball either your mid or your bot side, I think it's going to be an uphill battle here for Nongshim. But if Gen G are not on their sharpest today, if they walk into scatters, if they disrespect vision, then single skill shots can immediately build up big leads for Nongshim, much more so than for Gen G, who I do think have nice lockdown with the Rise and the Alistar, but might run into some more issues if the fights are a little bit scrappier.
Do have a lot of inspiration tree in this game. The biggest thing that I saw and that I couldn't take my eyes off of was that Chovy did go for the stopwatch. So congratulations, he wins this time around. Other than that, a lot of biscuits and kind of just mostly normal stuff from what we could see. Couple of conquerors there on the side of Nongshim on the top side, whereas we do have phase rush buddies, Doran and Peanut once again. So kind of expecting a similar build here out of Peanut's Hecarim. I don't think he's going to be going Conqueror Triforce with this one.
And I think that's reasonable. I don't feel like this would have been a great situation for you. You don't really have anyone to enable you. And trying to go for longer fights into Gwen, into Syndra, I think isn't really the way to go. So instead going to go for the good old Chem Tank, rush, and then just try to set up fights for the rest of your team together with Lehans. But as I mentioned, I'm going to be looking very, very closely towards Dread. One of the benefits that you're going to have with the Hecarim is, of course, that your clear is monstrously fast. Very, very nice.
As easy as that. I think Chovy knew that if he took that, he would take a lot of damage. As we're diving bot, actually, already the flash comes in. Lehens is looking for more. Goes. He's going to go for the rocket jump, and he gets taken down out of the sky by the Hecarim. And already at 3.5 minutes, Peanut active on the bottom side of the map.
And this is beautiful. This is exactly what you want to see from the Hecarim, and something that we don't see very often. Bolstered by the knowledge of Dread being in mid, showing himself there as BDD is able to force the flash on Chovy. A seemingly coming out of nowhere, but really nicely executed dive there by Gen G that denies so much CS here to Ghost, who honestly, I feel like, especially with the Tristana and the Nautilus, I don't know how you lose the early control of that lane, right? The wave that was built up was so big, and I feel like with the weakness of Alistar on level 1, in addition to the fact that your level 2 is so strong as Tristana,
테타 쪽으로 보자.
it seemed like the easiest setup possible.
테타 볼게. 하나, 둘,
Let's
셋.
go for the Tristana. he
노플.
says.
되냐 이거?
No flash.
Oh, cancel on the
나이스.
jump.
Yeah, Atlas was talking a lot yesterday about horses don't like to fly very much, but apparently they can pull people out of the sky. So they really don't like anyone flying, as we have learned today.
And as I mentioned, I think that Tristana was a very, very important pick. And if Tristana falls behind, then it becomes really hard for her to play the game, right? If you don't have any threat to blow people up in a short amount of time, Hecarim gets on top of you, you get poked up by Doran. There's a lot of ways in which the impact can be mitigated. At least Nautilus is doing well. That's something to hold on to if you're a Nautilus fan.
At least he's got some good stats in recent games. Hoyt actually had a couple of fantastic games, even Kyle as well. I mean, he was one of the ones that set up that fantastic engage full of sandbox last night, with Dove getting a lot of the credit, but Dove giving Kyle credit, which I liked to see. As Nongshim, they're going to get started here on this Ocean Drake. Peanut will spot this happening, and now is coming around the bend. Remember, Ghost, no flash in this position, and Dread pretty low on health now. As we're trying to engage on a Chovy, they know he doesn't have flash, but the hook is gonna miss. It does not matter, as now the root will come in, and Peanut's gonna get caught off as well. A very aggressive and assertive maneuver there from BDD gets Nongshim a couple of kills.
And that right there is the payoff for the gank that Dread set up earlier. BDD making sure that Chovy flashes the scatter, knowing that at this point Chovy, with the position you're in, you're gonna die. Goes in, and that was an extremely pivotal turn, because if that skirmish had gone the other way, I think the game would have been over right there, right then. But instead, it's Chovy that is a little bit too far forward, and with the bot lane of Gen G not being quite in position, it's an easy setup here. See the value of the Nautilus, even with Peter missing that hook, able to auto.
I didn't see anything.
That way, come on, Valvis.
The hook was perfect. I think he was
It was a zoning hook.
Yeah, he was zoning Chovy into the wall just to make it easier for his teammates to do damage.
Okay, Valvis.
And, you know, it was good because he baited Peanut in and then was able to land that root. So good job by Peter there. But yeah, I mean, he did his job at the end of the day. And, you know, that's part of why Nautilus is great. He just has so much lockdown CC. It's very difficult to get away from him. One of the most reliable engaged supports that we do have in this game.
Really key there is that Ghost was able to pick up a kill as well. Saving Nongshim from what was a very, very poor early laning phase. Nicely capitalized on by Peanut, and now with Chovy already going down. The engage comes through here.
Okay, no flash on a Peter, and they're getting baited into this one. Who's baiting who is the question. The fear goes down onto Peter. Is the damage enough for Ghost? It looks like no, as at least he will save the life of Peter. But another great gank comes in, and that's now 2 kills onto Ruler.
And this is something that we've been calling for ever since we saw the Hecarim get locked in, actually utilize the ganking power, especially with Phase Rush. And the fact that the Hecarim with this build is not going to scale amazingly, will be in decent off tank, but that is pretty much it. And at this point in the game, still very relevant in terms of damage, as we could see there. Picking up another kill. Ruler now 2-0 here on the Jinx, 20 CS lead. And that is going to be a really big problem here for Nongshim, unless Dread or BDD can reliably find the hits onto Ruler. He will be duly protected by Lahens and Chovy.
Yeah, it's very true. You can see how it all starts here. They spot Lahens making an aggressive maneuver, but they have vision in the river, and they don't expect this gank once again.
Even with Peanut not actually hitting anyone with the onslaught of shadows, doesn't matter. The heal was still available. So no issues there whatsoever. If Lahens was 6, could have also just pressed his R button, but didn't quite have that available just yet. And while all of this has been happening, of course, nothing is happening in top lane, because it's top lane.
Absolutely. Not even just top lane, but like mid and jungle are both even on CS as well. It's kind of uncanny.
It is, but Doran's still 300 gold ahead, because he picked up a plate, he has a CS advantage. And that's to be expected. And you get the R5 counter pick and you use it on a Gwen. And that Gwen better be having some big payoff later in the game. Because right now I'm not seeing it. Willfully handicapping yourself into Doran, I don't think is generally what you want to do, as we've seen this one before.
Yeah,
When
and
will we learn?
Genji are fine to take this because Ruler's already really fed, so doing this just makes him even more ridiculously fed. And yeah, I mean, Nongshim get the Rift Herald and they can feed either top or mid probably, but your bottom lane is gone. So you're trading a lot to get this.
It's not even using the Demolish that Lahens had as well. It's actually ludicrous. And I think that the defense should be able to come through here. Don't think they're going to get this first Turtle Blood. That is going to go over to Genji, so it's Nongshim that make a play, but it's Genji that are just sitting around, actually get the better end of it, although Ruler...
Yeah, well, he is going to get hit on that one in the miss as Ruler was in there. The flash finally does come out, but Kana, very scary, is going to be looking for the dive here. Miss on the zap. Easily sidestepped, as also BDD is going to go down. Another great gank, it looks like, from Peanut as he goes into the mid lane, and Chovy gets his revenge.
Very nice kill there for Kana, very much a necessity, because otherwise might have seen Ruler actually push through for that plate. Lahens says, no, Shelly, go away.
I love that.
You're not going to touch our turret.
Well,
Shelly says,
for 5 seconds,
what?
you will be denied. And that's it.
Yeah.
And,
But,
you know, as you were saying, I mean, they're not going to get this first turret blood. Ruler didn't get it down on the bottom side either, but, like, I don't know, not sure about this trade.
as it is just a very nice example, again, of what this horse can provide. And here, even getting caught in the chompers, does get the order off crucially, which allows him to get the second activation of his needles so that he can actually run down. Nice movement there as well, making sure that the zap doesn't hit him. I think it would have been fine either way, but just making sure that he wasn't at the risk of getting taken down by that turret. And a very necessary kill for Kana, who in the 1v1 has been suffering a little bit, as to be expected. It's with
Which they decided to take, by the way.
Thank you, Veldas.
Yeah, I'm just backing you up.
No,
here.
no,
You know,
I
we're
really
a team.
appreciate it.
You know.
Yeah, I know that. You're as spotted by it as I am, right?
Yes.
Surely.
Absolutely. Should have been Zach.
Don't test me, Veldas. Although, to be fair, you know, Gwen is immune, so watch Kana just 1v9 on the pick, and then we learn that drafts truly don't matter, which is a lesson you learn every now and then in the LCK. Important to note, as much as we'd like to ignore it. As overall, gold, I think, relatively even here. My kind of benefit of the doubt is always going to go over to Genji. provided that I think they have a very easy composition to play out in the later stages of the game, whereas for Nongshim it's much more reliant on actually finding the scatter, actually getting the backline access with Gwen. For Gen G, it's either catch someone or poke them down or press all your buttons and engage the fight on your own terms. All of those feel suitably strong. With the next Drake coming up in 3 minutes, we're going to be looking at probably a bunch more item spikes. And of course, the most relevant gold lead is that in the bot lane, second time that Ghost, I think it's the second time that Ghost has picked up the Shaman, might be the third time. But so far, don't feel like the pick really provides that much, and Nongshim is the only team that really seems to keep going back to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely something that can survive pretty well even on its own, you know, as it gets more and more range, and as you mentioned, the wave clear is there as you get some more levels in your E. But yeah, I don't know. It's been a little bit lackluster. You know, sometimes you don't have to redefine the meta, but we'll see how it develops here in the LCK either way. As other than this, you know, Gen G also able to pick up the Ocean Dragon. We do have Cloud Drake next because Cloud Atlas is not casting today, and there will not be a Cloud Soul, thankfully.
Thankfully.
In this first game,
honestly, if you hacker him and you see that, you're like, well, that's free AD, babe. I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's that movement speed. Loving it. And outside of that, it's not great. I'm happy that we'll get a relevant Drake.
Yeah.
Think that a Hextech Rift would be very nice for Nongshim. Would give Kana and Dread a couple more angles than they would otherwise have available to them. I don't think Gen G benefits as much from it as... Wow, really good game sense there. Love that.
That was kind of crazy that it's almost like he hit him with the ward. You know, it's not even like he put it there ahead of time or anything. It's like, no, right when he walks in, he's got a good read on the situation. Plate situation, by the way, is that Ruler did pick up 4, and he will pick up this first turret blood. So this Jinx is gigantic. I know it doesn't look like that on the game, but she is. That is the current case, at least in this first game. As now Gen G, they're confident to step forward and start looking to steal stuff here. As the engage will come in. A big wombo combo as Nautilus does eat a lot of the pressure, though, as Peanut a little bit in no man's land. And now Kana on the front line, getting those needles down 2v1 in the bottom side. As Dread is not able to get the kill onto Peanut. Still the fight going on in here. Toby is just AoEing everybody down and providing a front line here for Ruler. Knock back onto Ruler, but it does not matter. The chase is there. The horsey is back in the game, and the double kill will come through for Doran, as a 4-for-1 is the trade in favor of Gen G.
And the one is an Alistar, and if Alistar dies in a fight like this, you are perfectly happy in a game that, while looking hard, still looked very much playable for Nongshim, falling into tatters, shattering into pieces, and Gen G picked themselves up an inner in the side lane as well, making this gold lead even more suffocating, and these backs are going to be disgustingly strong. Maybe you'll get the Drake. I'm pretty sure that you'll give that one up as Gen G, because that's a Cloud Drake, who cares? But if they all go in, I do see Chovy teleported, so I don't even think that that's going to happen. I don't think that they will be able to get proper control of the pit. The bounties are already on Valdez.
Yeah.
That's how you know that it's not a good time for Nongshim Red Force here.
Yeah, generally see this in solo queue. But here in pro games, we don't usually see it until later on in the game. And as you mentioned, you know, everybody's here. Chovy teleported back to the bottom side, switched over to Ignite with the Unsealed Spellbook, and this will absolutely be Gen G's Drake to take down. As we'll take another look here at the fight, they see Lehens. They know he's there.
And I just want to reiterate that the key thing here is that you have a Ryze who at this point in the game is incredibly strong. And look how much damage is going to be thrown into an Alistar in his ultimate. And that's the issue. Lehens with just a beautiful re-engage there as well. And yes, Ryze doesn't skill that well. It's something that we've learned. But what we've also learned is that teams have gotten better and better at using his early spikes. And that is something that we see here, right? He front lines, he bounces down an entire enemy team at the same time. And this is, I think, the kind of situation where as Nongshim we're hoping to get an edge, right? These type of little skirmishes. But with the immediate response coming through from Gen G and the initial targets not getting blown up from Nongshim and some awkward target selection, that might have been what permanently locks them out of this game. It's not like they skill horribly, but I think that from this position, winning as Nongshim is going to require some colossal mistakes from Gen G, because look at where the goal is as well. Oh man. Doran already sitting on Ghostblade.
Yeah.
Chovy's getting fed. Ruler is monstrously huge, as you earlier pointed out. It's not good.
Yeah, this is the part of the game where Gen G with their lead, we talked about this with the draft, right? If Nongshim sit behind, then it can be difficult to look for proactive plays when you're dealing with 2-item Jace at 17 minutes into the game, right? You can't walk up to objectives when you've already lost a lot of map control, so it's very difficult. You see that Ghost here, he might just die. I mean, if that rocket hit him, there was a chance. Maybe even a flash would have come in, but now he's just out of the fight, right? And I think in that last fight, biggest thing was that Gen G were all there. They were ready to fight. They were calling for it on comms. Nongshim looked a little bit, you know, out of place. Not everybody was there. Ghost wasn't laying in the damage. And I don't know, Gen G's just had a better plan, and they played around their spikes better, as you talked about. And now I think we're just seeing the entire game fall and shatter into a billion pieces here for Nongshim. Not really too much else to say. I mean, all the turrets are going down. There's not even a Baron on the map. It's just everything is going to Gen G now.
And you see it in the itemization as well, right? The fact that Doran goes for that Ghostblade here, when normally, generally, we go for the Mana Mune into then a Surreal Dash, or in some cases, a Serpent's Fang, is because item doesn't skill nearly as well, but you're only facing some steel caps on the enemy side, and the movement speed will allow you to just be on every skirmish that you have on the map. Early lethality always going to feel really, really nice, and finding yourself such a cheap early spike is going to make this play from Nongshim even harder. You saw that it was a single shock blast that took away, I think it was half of Ghost's HP, and that's just kind of symptomatic for the entirety of this game, where I don't know, at this point in Nongshim, this is where you talk about the next game, I think, where he goes, okay, so what went wrong? And there's a couple of key things outside of Peanut just having a really high impact on this Hecarim. There is the key skirmishes, but I do also think that warrants another look at the draft. This Tristana, we keep going back to it, but it just hasn't really worked out. Maybe we should be looking back at things like the Ziggs. Why didn't we go for a Karma, something with a little bit more control? If can't win the 2v2 in a matchup like this, where you should have, I think, in the first levels, really, the control, especially into an Alistair.
I mean,
none of that happened.
The Jin's available too for Ghost. I mean, he is a fantastic Jin player. He's played it a ton in his time, over even in Daman as well. And yeah, I don't know. Just seems like a new idea here with this Tristana, which we're not 100% getting. I feel like the Nautilus pick was okay.
Yeah.
But,
that was honestly the least of the issues. Obviously, we're always going to favor things like the Karma because of how often we've seen it work. But I think that the Nautilus is, just like the Leona, is completely understandable. It just kind of slots into every single team composition, and it gives something that outside of dedicated pokecoms you're always going to need, which is dedicated hard engage and at least a pseudo front line. But also, again, back to the Gwen. In this position, I don't think the champion is really going to provide you with anything. And there is no possibility for something like a wombo combo either here for Nongshim, unless we see both Doran and Chovy walk into back-to-back scatters and then get killed by Ghost. I think this one is going to be exceedingly hard to play out, and it's unfortunate, because I think a lot of us were looking at this matchup today and hoping to, even with Nongshim having a hard time, as Peanut just comes in and smites it away.
He took everything.
Disaster. Yep, that's the horse.
Nice.
That's the horse for you. At least partially expecting maybe a bit of a reinvigorated Nongshim. We're not seeing a reinvigorated Nongshim, unfortunately. This is looking like a Nongshim that might very well go 7 losses in a row, and some of those losses can't really be attributed to them. It's more circumstantial, but...
And yeah, I mean, it's a pretty rough stretch as well, because they had to go up against Gen G in match 42, so that was a couple of weeks ago. And then they had T1, right? And nobody's okay with that at this moment in time. And then their first game of this week is, again, Gen G. So it's like they're already going through so many issues. their draft seems very all over the place. We're not, 100% liking it at this point in time. I think there's a lot of comfort picking going on, with stuff like Gwen, even the Syndra, the Tristana, which we're still trying to wrap our head around. When this team is still trying to get back on their feet, but they have to go against two of the strongest teams in the LCK back-to-back-to-back. So it's, if you're an Nongshim fan, this is definitely the trough in terms of enjoyment at this point in time. But, it's kind of understandable, and we'll have to wait and see if they can turn things around, because Gen G, they came to play, and this game has been very one-sided. I think part of the reason why we're not talking about it right now is because it's about 7,000 gold in the lead for Gen G at 20 minutes, 22 minutes.
Yeah.
And they get everything, This is like the mean older brother. He just takes everything away.
Is there some stuff you need to talk about?
No.
About this?
Not at all. But yeah, they're essentially just bullying them now. And there's not a lot of comeback mechanics here for Nongshim.
There really aren't. As mentioned, there is a theoretical world where 20 minutes into the future, maybe you can find something. But I don't think we are reaching a theoretical world, because Gen G, I think, is also playing this out very nicely, right? They're just choking them out of resources all across the map. And it's not like Gen G skill poorly. Sure, Ryze's damage is going to fall off. Peanut is going to be more of a utility-oriented champion as opposed to someone that can just go in, dive into a full team fight and make it out alive. But there is also Jace, who I don't think is going to be easy to get to for Nongshim. There is a Fed Jinx, which is also not great. So I would really rather not look for scenarios here, because it's making me a little bit sad, Velda. it's not a good time. I know, I really want to.
Yeah.
I'm always looking for, but what if? What's the upside here? But it might be next game.
Yeah, I think for Nongshim, maybe you just wait it out, talk about next game, try to think of some better strategies. They'll probably select blue side, I would imagine. As Nongshim, they do know this is happening. As they are going to get the hook onto Lehens, but look at the damage on the Baron. Like, even if Lehens goes down, it's unfortunately not a huge deal, as they're actually looking to turn it around. Look at the damage that the Jinx already does, as in goes Peanut. Lehens took the brunt of that damage, as now Kana just desperately trying to get the kill here, but he won't even get that, and Lehens is going to shut him down, as Peanut super fed here on the horse as well, still looking for more and more, as Nongshim in a little bit of trouble. Kind of a funky shot blast there, but I don't think it matters at this point. Gen G, they might just push in and end the game at this point.
They very well should have the Baron buff available. Only people alive are the Tristana with no power, and Dread, even on his trusty Lee Sin, was not able to get anything done here. And this is an exceedingly dominant performance here from Gen G in the first game of the night.
This is just a smackdown from minute one. There was one good play as Ghost goes for kind of a funny jump there. Gotta love it. As they'll be looking for this. This is kind of the LCK standard nowadays. Pick up as many kills as possible. As they gave a kill to Kana, though, so a bit generous as well. But GG right at 26 minutes. Gen G clobbered them here in game number one. That did not look close at all, and we are going to have to see something drastically different out of Nongshim to make this any kind of series.
And if anything, this is a testament to Lehens and Peanut. The duo that was missing, of course, replaced to their best capabilities by Youngjae and Lospa, but also very, very clearly showing that these two players are so pivotal. Because I think that I would love to see a split POG vote for either one of those two players, because Peanut was everywhere on the map, was able to find multiple ganks, was able to find multiple setups, played the Hecarim, especially with the phase rush and the tankier build, exactly the way that we'd like to see it. And then Lehens, his engages were beautiful, constant re-engaging, setting up the lane so that Peanut could also be enabled. And it's just a really clean game. I feel like we discussed everything during the game, because there was, frankly, not a lot to talk about. It was just from start to finish. The draft, we were a little bit worried for the Nongshim Red Force, and as it turned out, not only in terms of draft were our worries justified, but also in terms of just execution. Just didn't really come together here.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like Nongshim came prepared for this one. And from what I could tell, I was trying to see what they were looking at there, trying to get a sneak peek at what they were going over in the coach's booth. It did look like the bottom lane, which definitely can be part of the start of their problems, right? You talked about letting themselves get pushed in at level 2. That allows the level 4 gank from the Hecarim to come in, and it's a lot that just piled up from there.
Because the key thing with Hecarim is that you can do a full clear in about 3:15, give or take. And with Tristana and Nautilus, I think you should be able to take control of that lane, at least for the first couple of levels, right? Tristana's level 2 all-in is notorious for a reason. Alistair level 1 is effectively a caster minion. But they were unable to do so. They got shoved in, the dive started, and then when that skirmish in the jungle came about, that was effectively the killing blow for Nongshim Red Force.
Yep, didn't take too much here for Gen G to pick up the win in this first game, but we played best of 3s here. We'll see if Nongshim can pull one back in the next game, or will this be the swift 2-0 for Gen G? Join us after the break in the chairs.
Try and maybe look for the defense here, as we can see now. Flash burn, but Flash immediately responded there by Tarzan. But now Xiao Hu is here. The Stormbreaker comes down. That's Tarzan picking up the first kill. The flash from Gala doesn't keep him safe, and Tarzan stays alive. The triumph. The LNG, we wanted to see what you could do, and you did not disappoint.
Give me some victory 5, man. Give me some victory 5.
They're in good spot. Rich now. He's moving away.
He's going.
They're looking for it. Cars is running.
Cars is making the play, needs to drop the control ward. Immediately the TP's come up through. Bin desperately trying to stop what he can. The rest of the team TPing back. It's going to be onto the Nexus though. And B5, the Carter hero play makes it happen. They're going to get TP'd on now. I mean, Perk's just TP top. Curtain call now coming out. Mowering on the backside.
backside, finding Selfmade. Larson in the midst of the team. Selfmade now going to get pulled back. His ult goes in, but he's only hitting Malrank. Carzzy on the backside of the fight, but that's the jungler going to go down. Alfari in the midst of the fight now too, but Rogue are standing 5 members strong. Rogue eyes on the prize, not focusing on the kills, not focusing on the champions, worried instead about the Nexus. Rogue secure their place in the LEC playoff. Groundwarp coming out, Gold Card gonna stop it, Upset with the slow to follow, Hylissang gonna dash in, and it's all too easy. Tied with Misfits for second place as G2 are forced down to 4th. Vengeance after the last best of 1 win arrive, Fnatic will take the win.
I mean, in the standing wise, I think we're doing okay right now, and I think we're all really good players, and in theory, I think we should be able to win everything.
Mining top.
I think just keep lanes actually.
Keep lanes. I think we got it ourselves.
Top is 1v1. No flash.
Nice,
bro. Top die.
Top die.
Go ham, and then you can kill everyone.
Summit makes his way into the fight now. Yurson. Summit has found the angle, but Summit has not found the kill until now. He will crush Tactical. He will follow under Spica, and Cloud9 has made their way through this game. No matter how high you climb, if you can't reach the summit.
We also need to talk about the ruler renaissance, because that man is also playing so much better than he has in the past.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Not again. Oh, man. Oh, he missed that 3rd shot, but he's not going to miss the 4th one. That's the Jhin special.
Deft and the boys. Holy crap, that was so much fun to watch.
Really closing in on them like a crocodile. A really nice hook comes in, and down will go Pnosik. Dudu, though, taking a ton of damage. Steph is still alive, and look at this. He's just raining hell down on everybody. Dudu gets taken down. There's no front line anymore, and Deft has done it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and we're here to break down what was a pretty comprehensive Gen G victory and another win for the horse.
Yeah, it was another great game from Peanut here on the Hecarim. We played it so much last year. Felt like draft-wise, we were a little bit confused about a lot of what Nongshim brought to the table here. We liked the Tristana pick early in this draft. Felt like at that point it was a strong pick. The Syndra coming through, also nice pivot in the mid lane. But it was the Gwen that we actually had the biggest issue with, because coming in as final pick, basically countering yourself, going, yeah, I'm going to play this into the Jace, means you don't have prio there. You already don't have prio into the Ryze in the mid lane. And it really hurt their ability to control the bottom lane because they didn't have any more power top or mid.
Yeah, and they were sort of handshaking this 4-1 situation that Jace has so much more flexibility in, right? Because you can teamfight so effectively. I did like the fact that they went back to the Syndra. In 2021, BDD played a heck of a lot of this champion and was quite good at it, right? Like, certainly had his degree of losses, but as you can see, 16-9, definitely a good scoreline. We were always pretty okay
with him picking this.
Yeah.
Except when he picks it into Chovy. Thankfully this time Chovy didn't Yone him, which was pretty ridiculous if you did catch that game. This time around though, they managed to get their revenge, right? And looking into that mid lane, I was like, oh, this is something that they can do. They can use the Syndra, they can use the early pressure with the fact that the Ryze is going to push to punish the low range champion in the mid lane, grab his flash. Just wasn't enough.
And there was so much focus on the bottom side of the map for Peanut and the rest of the squad. And in our first highlight, we're going to show what they did with this Hecarim pick to shut down the Tristana. And unfortunately for Dread, he had to spend so many resources trying to salvage that bottom side that he wasn't able to help his Gwen stabilize in lane, nor was he able to set up any ganks for that Syndra in the mid lane like you were talking about, right? Where you have that pressure. If you can set up the stun, Lee Sin comes through, maybe you can kill a Ryze, maybe you can kill Chovy, but because the focus was always bottom side, they just didn't have a chance to make it happen.
Speaking of the bottom side, let's check out the highlight of the couple of ganks that worked out really, really well here for Peanut. This one was straight up hard forced, right? Like, he just canters down the lane, and Lehens, thankfully, is just God. So sets it all up, even if flashes and everything like that were ready.
Lehens set up both of these plays, and Peanut's gank timings and the angle he took to avoid the ward in the river that Valdez pointed out on the broadcast are just so good, right? He's able to identify, okay, if I come at this angle, they won't expect it. Lehens is actually kind of looking like he's setting up a bad play if you're on the side of Nongshim. Be like, oh, we're Tristana, we actually crushed you, like, what are you doing? And then Peanut shows up the second time around. And both of those ganks put the focus on the bottom side for Dread. He's trying to clean up that mess so he can't actually have an impact in those losing lanes in mid and top. And they just didn't have any control over the game. And Jinx getting fed this early in this composition was such a big problem.
It was an absolutely massive problem because that was supposed to be a win condition for Nongshim there, because they've got Nautilus, Tristana, so much early pressure, early CC. The fact that you should be able to win 2v2s in the early game, assuming the fact that Jinx doesn't get Giga fed, you should be absolutely fine. However, Gen G, they identify that, right? It's Ruler as well. He generally gets to outplay his way out of situations like this. It wasn't necessarily the case. They just got the cavalry to come in, quite literally, and that lane was taken care of. Yes, he dies to Gwen rotating down quite effectively, and the early game was pretty fun, but then the team fight in the blue side jungle, or the blue buff jungle of the red side, was definitely not close at all. And as we bring it up onto your screen, just watch, like,
this fight
Gen G win in split fights like this.
I mean, this is a fight that you don't want to be taking as Nongshim here, but you have to fight it for something because you've lost so much control over the map. And because this team fighting comp for Gen G, even before it's really hit all of its spikes, is so strong in these scrappy moments where you have the Alistar working together with the Hecarim, and they actually showcased so much synergy with that. Also, the way that Lehens selflessly, I always say this backwards, selflessly, kind of sacrificed himself to set up for the Jinx to get excited, to pop off in this team fight. And you're already so ahead compared to where you would normally be in this Tristana Jinx matchup. Is something, like you said, that the window was really missed here, unfortunately, for Nongshim, and that was the game-deciding fight at 15 minutes. From that point on, they had a 5k gold lead and just ran away with the game.
Yeah, honestly, it was a shutout from that point on. There's no need to really watch the rest of it because it was just the slow, inevitable demise of Nongshim with absolutely no way back into the game. The composition was designed in order to be able to do that extraordinarily effectively on the side of Gen G. There were windows, though, for Nongshim to capitalize early, just weren't able to. That team fight too strong. Let's check out the player of the game. Not exactly entirely sure who's going to pick this one up. There's Peanut on the horse who's going to do it, and yeah, no surprises there. I actually feel a bit silly for not knowing.
Well, you know, I mean, I think that, as Chronicle pointed out on the cast, there's an argument to be made for a bit of a split vote here because of how Lehens set up a lot of those plays, too.
It's one of the farm animals, right?
And there's also, you know, the follow-ups that Ruler had. I think he was kind of served a lot of these by Lehens. Like, both of these look like Lehens highlights, but it's because Peanut actually comes over here and has hidden his pathing so well that Nongshim just can't realize that this is actually going to be a winnable fight, because Nongshim in that moment are like, what are you doing, Lehens, man? We win this 2v2. No, it's not a 2v2. And he also sets up for this gank. Like, he was just everywhere he needed to be in the early game, gave the winning lanes more power, and gave the losing lane a win. It's actually a split vote, though, between Lehens and Peanut.
I think it's absolutely perfect. This is how it's supposed to go. I like that both you and Chronicle are on different sides of the coin, but it's the correct coin. We like coins here at the LCK. As ladies and gentlemen, game 2 coming right up, and we are going to throw it back to Valdez and Chronicle to take it through it.
Thank you, Chairman of the Carpet Space. Very, very well done. As yeah, it was pretty straightforward. You know, there wasn't a lot of question marks in this series. It was basically just Gen G took a giant club and bopped him on the head with it as Chuvi coming in over there. And of course, this is the 7-year anniversary of Peanut's debut. So looking for that win tonight on a special day.
As we get the zoom in on old BDD, and he had a good game, but also he is just a Syndra. And just a Syndra was not enough. I don't know what champion would have been. Maybe if you import Chovy on that Yone game last year, but outside of that, I don't think there's a lot of work to be done there, unfortunately. And the problems for Nongshim still continue.
And they chose red side. You know, something we've been seeing a lot is just everybody choosing blue side when you get a chance. You lose game 1, choose blue side. You win game 1, you have to go to red side. But Nongshim say, you know what? We have identified the issue. We are going to counterpick this time. And if that's the case, I'll be happy with it. But if they do Gwen into Jace again, and they don't have an answer for the horse, we will not be happy with it.
It's going to be another inevitable perfect R5 null fight setup into, well, anything that is enough. One day, my faith will be rewarded, Veldas, but I don't think today will be that day. And for Nongshim, I would like to see a composition that does a little bit more. One of the benefits of red side is that you do get a more counter pick available to yourself, and giving up prio in so many lanes that early on, I think, is not something that is excusable by any means, and I would like to see them try and stray away from that this time around. And looks like there won't be any changes as of right now. I think the Rise first pick for Gen G is perfectly fine. That is what we are currently heading towards. But Nongshim, just lock the Karma, right? And you can go Jhin Karma, you can go Ezreal Karma, you can even pick a Mage, which isn't the greatest, but maybe Ghost feels a little bit more comfortable when he goes back to something like a Ziggs, you know? Let the Aphelios open, and that is what they're doing right now, so Jace getting taken away instead, and if they block Aphelios, please, I know you have a great Ziggs, Ghost, but that's not what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's going to be an Aphelios, and I want to say Zinzao here.
Yeah. Something that we really like, especially first pick blue side, is picking one pick that doesn't really show what your comp is going to be, and it's also very flexible. Rise is that kind of pick. Aphelios does get picked up here. It's left available. And not like Lee Sin is going to be the choice here. They did enjoy the Lee Sin pick in game number 1, so they'll go with that again.
Ruler, you've played Ziggs. You've done it this split. I know you have it in you.
That's not a champion anymore, Chronicler. Sorry. It got deleted from the client. We forgot to tell you.
To be completely fair, you just can run it back mostly in terms of draft here as Gen G. I think the Jinx pickup is completely fine. Lock in Zinzao here for Peanut unless they want to go for the Hecarim again, which into the Aphelios I don't like as much. Although Peanut played so well on it that if they want to try and snowball every lane through that ganking prowess, I'd be perfectly happy to do so. I think the most straightforward pick would be, obviously, as mentioned previously, the Zinzao. Going to be the Leona here instead. I personally would love Thresh here. I think Thresh is really, really good in this spot.
Yeah.
Provides you with a lot. Works well with the champions you have so far. But it might be another pick here for BDD to give him at least one of his stronger picks. Because if they ban Zoe and Syndra in the next rotation, then I think he's going to be very, 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 very sad. And I'd like a happy BDD, although...
Okay. Is this going to make him happy is the question. The Ahri. We've seen that Faker has a ton of success on this kind of champion. He is very proactive. I mean, insanely so. Sometimes it looks like he's throwing his ult away, but all for the greater plan. We've seen, you know, mixed success here on the Ahri so far. Curious to see how BDD will play with it.
It's now junglers going to be taken away by Nongshim. Zinzao already taken. I'm expecting a Hecarim ban as well.
Yes.
And on the flip side, surely it's going to be a fresh ban here, right? It might actually be a Nautilus ban, seeing how highly Nongshim value that pick.
You like the Peter respect, by the way, the Alistair ban?
Yeah?
You're like, no, we don't want to play into that,
Why?
especially
Like,
with the Leona.
Like I said, I think they might also ban the might ban the Nautilus here as well. And then I think you're perfectly happy picking up Thresh here as Nongshim, but that's a whole other story.
A whole other discussion could maybe be had, as Lehens, he always has this cheeky grin on like he's about to ban Teemo or something.
The smirk.
Yeah. What's it gonna be, Lehens? Tryndamere.
Oh. Well, they want Nongshim to pick Graves here, clearly. That's the bait. I wonder if Nongshim's gonna take it, but there we go. Very nice. Like this pick a lot. Obviously great into Leona. Works really well with Aphelios. And I think that it also ties nicely into the already pick-oriented comp that Nongshim have so far with the Ahri and the Lee. And they still get an R5 counter pick Nongshim. This is looking so much better.
Whoa.
Don't let me down.
Renekton
together.
Gets selected. Renekton 2 and 8. Hasn't had a lot of success here in the LCK, as we are looking at Renekton, Nidalee, and Ryze. So basically, you do not get to lane on the top side of the map. That is what Gen G have decided to do for this game.
I think Ornn is a possible solution here. Gragas is one that comes to mind as well. If you want to play it a little bit more aggressive.
Mordekaiser. When they dive you, you ult and you live.
Yeah, but you get dove like 15 times, 26. Will be the Gragas.
True.
I like the Gragas more than enough. I think Gragas has an incredible amount of built-in safety, rounds out the team comp very, very nicely, provides frontline, and this is night and day what we have here for Nongshim. Can Gen G absolutely demolish the top side and run away with this game? Of course. That is what they've built themselves here. Renekton, Nidalee, and Ryze are absolutely scary to play into. But at least with Nongshim, if they can either slow it down or find a couple of key picks, set up some nice early skirmishes where they are able to create a man advantage through a nice charm, a hook, or a kick, then I'm feeling a million times better about their draft. Might still be team diff, but this one, at least going into the match, feels a little bit more even for me, because Gen G got to do a lot of heavy lifting in this early game.
They absolutely do. If you just sit back and you don't do anything, you're not going to feel great. I mean, you won't feel terrible because you have like a Jinx and you have something in the late game, but definitely this draft is built around early game pressure, around winning lanes, and trying to get a snowball going. Whereas Nongshim's, yeah, definitely more balanced over here.
As frontline, has pick potential, has late game team fighting, really everything that you could look for. And no slouch in the early game either, provided that you do get the right setup. If you're able to isolate targets, using the cast, using your pick potential, then this is a much more manageable game for Nongshim. But even the matchups that they were supposed to win in the previous game were kind of just won by Gen G regardless. And that is something that would, as a Nongshim fan, be on the back of my mind as we get into the second game.
Yeah. And if you didn't pay attention to roster moves over the course of, you know, the off-season and stuff like that, you might look at this comp and say, hey, I mean, Gen G has played that a lot in the past. You know, Rascal on the Renekton. You've usually got BDD on the Azir on the left side, of course, but with the Jinx. And that's the early game comp. But not going to be the case here. It is, of course, the new Gen G roster. They're going to give us a little bit of a throwback. And it's, I feel like it's pretty cool. We've had this in the past where we saw these drafts and we're like, not sure about that, but generally it was a better team against a team that's struggling a lot. And I mentioned before, it feels good to kind of, you know, flaunt your stuff and make other teams scared and just to not reveal anything at the same time. You know, you can get a lot of bonuses if you do end up winning with a comp like this that isn't necessarily the most meta draft in the world.
Also, Ruler going for Cole. It's effectively saying, I am a better bot laner than you. You're not going to pressure me at all in this lane. I don't care. We're going to just bully. And good luck. Because if you don't do anything, I will create a gold lead for myself. As thank you, observers, for highlighting that as well.
Yeah, and Ruler also missed the first minion. So I think maybe a little bit of a zoom in on that as well. As this is the first time that BDD will be picking up the Ahri. It's a recent meta pick after the changes to Ahri. And definitely one of the things I'm most curious about is to look towards that mid lane and see how well he can do on that pick, how proactive he's going to be. If BDD can play a very aggressive style, especially into a comp like this, it can be very difficult. So a lot on his plate, I would have to say.
Yeah, there's so much lockdown available where a single misstep can lead to you getting Zenith bladed or rooted by Chovy, found by Doran with a slice and dice into a stun. All of those you're going to have to be very, very mindful of. And it's something that you're going to have to avoid. And as you already pointed out repeatedly, and I wholeheartedly agree, Valdez, is that outside of Faker, the Ahri pick has looked kind of so-so. I don't think it's looked outright bad. It's just, it's been there and it's existed. And every now and then it lands a charm. But it's really been Faker that I think has really been utilizing the threat that the champion has with her aggressive capabilities much more so than any other player has done thus far. And I'm hoping to see the same here for BDD. As Peanut going to set up shop, he will.
And, you know, part of the reason they're able to do this is priority from top and priority from mid. So Peanut can just sit here and farm this. And even though Dread spots him, it's like, what are you going to do? You know, Kana's farming under turret. BDD just went back. So, like, Peanut just gets to have 1.5 jungles, potentially. And that's kind of the way you have to play this out.
Yeah, I think Dread might not have had his camera on himself, because that spear flew by and he just threw the Q as if nothing was going on. Is of course capability as Lord Morgan, King of the Crocodiles, only one that's actually able to get any wins on the Renekton thus far. As well, at least Dread might be able to answer here and get himself to level 4 regardless. Bot lane looking at least a lot better this time around for Ghost and Peter. None of the shenanigans that we saw in the previous game. And post 6, I think that Kana is going to feel perfectly fine in this lane. But if Peanut is able to set up an early dive, again, bolstered by the amount of vision that they have available here, this is where he's most vulnerable. And if either Doran or Peanut gets a kill here, that post 6 is going to be a lot harder as well.
Oh boy. And this is what you got to deal with when you're Kana, right? He's trying to weave in and outs here of the minions, but the dive is not great, and they spot the Lee Sin coming in as well. So Peanut and Doran on the run here. Peanut will get slowed up by the barrel. Kana still getting in there, but nothing will amount of it.
Really nicely done by Kana there to use his W to reduce the damage. Now the return gank.
Yeah, he's here. The flash comes in. The spear lands, and that is first blood. Did not expect him to be all the way around. He put down a ward, but it was too little, too late.
Oh, the Peanut giggle there in the camps. And Kana, that wave was pushing into you. There's no need for you to walk up to that brush, I don't think. And that is a really, really big kill. As mentioned previously, this is what you need to do with this Nongshim comp. If Kana just gets the 6, then there are still possibilities for a dive, but it becomes infinitely harder.
This is so cheeky. He's resetting the Raptors so that his jungler has extra time to get on in here and Dread can't just kill them all. That is so cool. We very rarely see that kind of play. But Lehens and Ruler moving up north in their own jungle to make sure that Peanut doesn't lose that either.
Gen.G playing around the early prio extremely nicely. Yeah, you don't have to walk up here. Honestly, no reason to. No reason to at all. You can just sit underneath your turret.
It's like spotting your death.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you caught him, but you're also dead.
Yeah. And that is exactly the type of mistakes that, if you don't make them against a composition like this from Gen.G, it's honestly pretty smooth sailing. Like, yes, you still have to respect. Up until 15, 20, 25 minutes, this comp will still have a lot of power, but Peanut now with a first kill on one of his trademark picks, it's going to be a much bigger nuisance. Peter, threatening as he is, immediately getting rid of that pesky Nidalee, but wonder if Kana is going to be fine or if we see more plays towards that top side. As now with the prio that they have in mid and bot, I wouldn't mind an attempt at picking up early Drake here for Nongshim. Any time that they can buy themselves, I think is going to be very benefactory to them. But it looks like they don't really want to take that risk, and Dread's topside is about to get up.
Yeah, top is Still going the way you would expect it. Doran did pick up the assist. As the Dragon's actually going to be started here by Peanut. He's going to be picking this up. He does hop over the wall. Chovy will show on this control ward. But he doesn't have to say, okay, we're doing the Dragon. He's just going to walk away from that, act like he's scared. And this will be an early Hextech Drake to the side of Gen G. As the smite will come in, and Peanut will live.
Gets his upgraded smite as well. Nice little steal away there. Dread now 6, but looking on the cross-map play on the Renekton with Dominus available is going to be a bit of a tough ask, although PDD making his way over, but Peter
trying to get on in there. Lahens, though, with the Eclipse, he will just flash away. It is double flash traded for just Peter's flash, so actually that aggressive play pays off for the Nongshin bottom lane.
This is a completely different story to what we saw last time around. Ghost and Peter looking so much more comfortable this time. As you mentioned, unfortunately, Peter with the Lantern pulled Ghost through the jumper, so Ghost was just kind of awkwardly standing there. I don't think it would have mattered too much as Chovy.
Oh, he's getting greedy for that ward, and he's going to pay the price for it. Is the damage enough is the question, as one more Spirit Rush is not enough to get the kill. And this is against a Ryze with no resistances, no Merc Treads built early. He went for kind of a greedy build as well, and he's totally fine.
Chovy living there is so big. Getting an early kill would have been so nice, but now so many resources are invested, and it's Peanut that is going to say, ha, thank you. That means a free objective here for me. That is, again, all the early objectives going over to this Gen G composition. Now, that is the expectation. But it is rather unfortunate that we're not able to actually get the kill there on Chovy. Really chugging that corrupting pot. Only getting out alive there. And that is Herald going over as well. And if I was Kana, I'd be feeling not very safe.
Saying I think Nautilus is on the bot side. Lee Sin, not Nautilus. Nautilus isn't in this game.
Lee Sin was not bot.
Yeah.
You know what that was right there? That's cookie value.
Cookie value.
Not even joking.
There you go. You guys can also face check and greed for a control ward if you pick up cookies today.
Cookies are valid in certain situations. Just don't always pick them. You know, it's just like if you want to be healthy, you can't always eat cookies. You know, you need a balanced diet. You need to go outside, look at the storm. Gathering storm.
Oh.
Yeah, you know, you need to.
I was like, what?
What? Sometimes you need to go to the what shop? Get yourself a stopwatch. Don't always go for cookies. That's all we ask for.
Uh-oh. Chovy is in trouble here as, he's going to dodge that, and he gets out on the edge of the Realm Warp. First time was 2v1, second time is 3v1 without his flash. He does not care. He'll get away.
Clearly, healthy, balanced diet there for Chovy. He's zooming and unable to actually get him there really, really big. He's absorbing so much pressure here because every single time a play is attempted by the Nongshim Red Force and it doesn't work out, the immediate counterplay of Gen G gets them further and further ahead as the future is now. Hullbreaker Renekton has been spotted, and it is not surprising. It's a little bit painful nonetheless, as we've been seeing a lot of Hullbreaker.
Ouchie. Hullbreaker Renekton. Third time's the charm. You're on vision. They see him. As the charm will land, and the hook will not. As the Lee Sin able to go in there, but you've just baited yourself this time around as Peter is going to get caught, and this is just Gen G just running circles around them now. Another kill going to be given over, this time to the Renekton.
It's a Chovy diff, isn't it? Just incredible movement here. Doesn't even have face rush. He's running Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah.
Where does he get the movement speed? I don't know.
Oh, wow. Using the Gragas to get on top of Dread, but kind of with the actual perfect cask is going to save him there. But you can see the state of the game is the more important thing right now because they can't even walk around their own jungle.
Key thing, though, is, and I really want to highlight this, this is a very different game from the previous one, because these leads by Gen G are being found very nicely, but they are also a necessity. Nongshim Red Force, very different from the previous game. It's Ghost!
Ghost over the wall, just flashes on Ruler. He says, who's the better AD carry now? As he's even getting some damage, and another hook comes in from Peter. But Lahens will flash and escape, so at least a little bit of bottom lane supremacy going the way of Nongshim.
As I was saying, that is exactly what you need. Ghost being as fed as he is actually incredibly big for Nongshim, because unlike the previous comp where I felt like it was a little bit disjointed, you can easily play a Protect the Ghost composition. In this one, no range outside of the Jinx available.
The heal.
Yeah. Balance, you know, it's unsustainable.
Balanced
diet is all he needed.
Yeah.
Honestly, really nicely done. This is the third gank that he evades, as it is just straight up guild force. Flash over the wall. Yeah, not a lot to be done. That is the beauty of Graviton.
Very clean stuff there. All of our 80 carries here in the LCK, they have probably hundreds of games on Aphelios by this point, maybe even more. Ghost is able to get it done. Ruler backing on a ward, and he gets punished. And, you know, he's running the cleanse. Both of them are, so no heal to help him out in that case. As there is a lot of posturing around the second Drake here, as BDD, he's going to be 100-0'd here, as down he goes. Perfect setup from the side of Gen G. They deny vision. BDD thinks he's safe, but he is absolutely not.
And while these objectives going over to Gen G is completely fine, the problem is that the kills will keep them relevant for much longer than they otherwise would. BDD, if he stays alive and Nongshim takes a single Mountain Drake, it doesn't really matter. You're looking at the soul fight, or soul point fight rather, as Nongshim anyway, right? That's when you finish your first item on Ahri. That's when Dread hopefully is going to be rocking a gold drink, and when Kana actually has a mythic, that's when you might want to actually fight it. It's Cloud, so you could have even decided not to. But the more kills you are going to give over to Nongshim, the harder it's going to be just on the vision. So this is the easiest setup possible, just as you mentioned, straight up under the zero. Fed in Italy says thank you very much, because one of the issues that this Gen G comp has is a lack of range. But if there is a monstrously fed Nidalee, then it's not just Ruler that might be a problem. Then Peanut can just sit there, throw spears, and be an incredible nuisance for Nongshim. And 3k gold at 14 minutes is slowly becoming unsustainable. And we start to see more and more of these little mistakes from Nongshim. But on the flip side, at least the bot lane is a completely different look from the previous game.
Yeah, they've got something going on. But yeah, we've seen Peanut do this before as well on the Nidalee. It helps that there is just so much enabling as Ruler is going on in there. The hook goes on to the Leona, but they have enough damage at this point to just blow up Lahens as well. No flash onto him, as maybe even another kill or dive in the turret, as Ruler will just barely be able to get away. Also win Kraken Slayer in this one, so
oh no,
it's pretty rough.
Oh no.
Yeah, kinda no body slam here, as the Dominus is available. Just gonna get on in there. The body slam does come up, but it does not matter. The flash will not save him either, as Gen G, they know they've got to go where their bread is buttered.
At the very least, Nongshim was able to pick up the first turret blood thanks to Ghost and Peter. That is something, but Kana, this is one of the most quintessential top lane experiences. It's playing into Renekton Nidalee. You make one mistake, one error in that early part of the lane, and this is the fate that befalls you. And it is one that is nicely being played out by Gen G, something that they need to do, but that they do nevertheless. And now I don't know whether a Soul Point find is actually going to be a possibility. I don't think that you necessarily want to invade here, Dread. And he decides the better of it as well, as all if Doran gets this as well.
Wow.
No!
16 minutes into the game. 16 minutes into the game.
Oh, Doran's not dying. He's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's 1-0-2. He has this hull breaker to survive. As Dread is looking for a little bit of fun down here on the bottom side. As over the wall he goes, the flash comes in as the kick is there, the Q is there, avoids the chompers perfectly. The only one who's not having fun in this game on the side of Gen G is Ruler, because he just keeps getting ganked. And yeah, he can't even farm his own Krugs at this point.
Entirety of Gen G Bar and Ruler having a really fun game here, and that is really the key issue. Is that I don't think anyone can kill Doran right now. He hasn't even back yet. But
there are 3 control wards in the top jungle.
Honestly, fellas, even if those weren't there, like I think he 1v2s everyone. They don't have healing reduction.
Yeah,
like it's not happening. But maybe if Ghost gets there, but Ghost is building Collector, which I personally, in this scenario, do not love. You are playing into Tank Rise, into a fed Hullbreaker Renekton, and a Leona with Locket. And Lord Dominic's is a really good item.
Yeah, all of that lead just kind of going into a subpar item is not ideal. As a really nice setup here on the bottom side, though. They almost even got Ruler, as the Q not quite able to land, but at least for Gen G's sake, they are getting wins on the other side of the map.
And Kana trying really nice interrupt on the E there. As Dread doing a little bit of geometry here. Will not get hit by any of these.
Full circle.
Yep.
went around the world, you know.
A little loop-the-loop.
Yeah.
But still gets hit after the flash, of course, by the auto attack. Can't flash that from Doran. Empowered auto attack, I should say. And I don't know how you're going to deal with Renekton. Like, I don't think anyone is going to be able to do so in the near future. Ghost now finishes his Collector, but I don't think that item is going to give you the value that you're
What are you
looking
collecting?
for. Well, Peanut or Ruler, and that is it.
Yeah.
Effectively.
Jinx lives. Haven't you already collected enough of those? Now it's time to look for bigger game? No?
But this is the problem, is that ideally you'd want to go IE third, right? But IE third, by that time, Chovy might have a frozen heart.
You're not going to be doing damage to Ryze anymore.
No, and I'm not one to go in too hard on item builds, but in this case, I think it might actually be a big difference maker. So Ghost, you better collect some people.
We'll see if he can get some last hits, as he is going to cleanse that very nicely, but Peter not in the best spot here. Gnomesim very aggressively positioned in the mid lane. They say, no, we're ahead in this game, but I'm not so sure, because they just got bodied. And the Thresh no longer exists. So now this is going to be Cloud Soul points going over to Gen G with the bonus Thresh kill. Generally what we'd see in that position is the Rift Herald goes in, you're kind of jockeying for position 5v5 on the Drake, and then, you know, maybe you just give it away. But instead, Gnomesim very aggressive in their positioning in the mid lane, and they get punished for it.
And the issue for Nongshim is that scaling is a relative term.
Oh no. Dread's going in! They're looking for kills. Nongshim are like, let's set up a play. VDD was not here, and they were not ready to get the kills. And very, very rushed. Gen G immediately going to clap down on that one. As meanwhile, Doran's not even here.
No.
He's just breaking some hulls, man. It's in the name of the item. That's all he's doing.
Doran, unbodied. The crocodile in his natural habitat. I guess not, because he's destroying structures, which is a harrowing commentary on the state of you know, the wildlife in Runeterra. But
True.
Nongshim trying to fight, as you pointed out, as if they are on even footing. You are not on even footing. And Dread, if you're earlier with that play, then maybe you can actually utilize the turret, but instead it's disaster. Peanut finds the flank as well. And it all starts here, right? Peter, at the point where he gets caught, doesn't really have any way out. Unfortunately, gonna get taken down there, but then this is... Oh, look at this. Chovy with the flash route and sets up the Peanut. And the issue that you might run into, and it's something that we always talk about might with Nidalee composition, especially when you combine it with the Ryze, is that if your opponent gets ahead and they buy Mercs, then none of that happens. Obviously, that's not going to happen for Ghost, but that is one of the issues they're coming into. But Gen G have done such an excellent job at snowballing, and Nongshim keep running into them to a much higher degree than I think they needed to. And now that Gold Lead has created a scenario in which, like, much like the first game, a hypothetical scaling scenario is just completely off the board.
Yeah.
Unless Gen G makes some huge mistakes and give over those 3 topside bounties to a Gen G, which, for the record, can still happen. There isn't a feed deals with frontline, and there are charms and there are kicks on this team, but
yeah,
it's not looking good.
We're getting to the point now where I don't care if it's 5 Teemos against Nongshim's composition, right? They're still going to win. We're getting close. Yeah, we're getting close. I'm not saying we're there yet, but like with this gold lead at 22 minutes, I think you could pretty much play anything.
5
and win.
Yordles maybe, but not 5 Teemos.
Jovi is not losing health. Like, and Nongshim are still trying to set up plays. Doran's in your base. Doran is in your base, okay? Like, you are not getting away from this. And nobody is going to kill Doran. You were right at the end of the day, Chronicler. He will live. And game number 2 is going to be quicker than game number 1. Well, Lahens might die here. Okay, he's got a stopwatch. There you go, best item in the game. They're just going to knock down these structures. Will they go for the end is the only question on their minds. And it looks like they will. They have the ability to at this point. 12,000 gold the lead now for Gen G at 22 minutes.
I just want to remind, we haven't seen this Gen G face off against T1 yet. And that's got to be what everyone's thinking about, right? Because this is such an insanely dominant performance. The confidence to just lock in the composition and then actually play it out. 2 times in a row, Gen G playing around the playing around the power beautifully. They're not going to end here, right? I think that's the right call, honestly.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Don't
teleport.
Wait.
Nongshim trying to speed this one up. They're trying to go home as fast as possible. Okay, nice charm onto Jovi. You did about 10 damage there.
No!
Nicely done as the Croc. This time, he's in his natural habitat. This game is over, guys. Not much else to say about this one. Gen G will close the door in 23.5 minutes. And I wasn't joking when I said Nongshim were trying to end this one as soon as possible. It has been painful. They have been bullied. But that's what happens sometimes. 14,000 gold the lead. Gen G will smack them down once again.
The Apex Predator breaking holes, cracking skulls, and Doran with a monstrous performance here. If you're better than your opponent, Renekton literally will get the job done. And if there's one thing that Gen G showed here tonight, it's that every single person should be looking forward to that rematch that they're going to have against T1. It's March 3rd, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you actually still have the date in your mind.
63. No, I didn't even have to check that.
It's next Thursday, guys. Today is Friday in Korea, so 6 days from now, set your calendars. They're also playing up against DRX on Sunday. I feel like that's also going to be a great game.
Absolutely, and as painful of a loss as was for Nongshim Red Force, I think that we still don't really know where this roster stands. I don't think, as with losses against T1, you can really hold it against teams when they get pummeled by this Gen G. This roster has just gotten better and better ever since they have been reunited. And
yeah, I said it at the beginning, or at the end of game 1. They faced Gen G at the end of round 1. That was last week, the beginning of last week. The end of last week, they played up against T1. They actually won a game against T1. And now they're playing against Gen G again. Like, it's so hard for them to try to make anything out of this. So I wholeheartedly agree, Chronicler. I think that, we need to give Nongshim some time to really get some anything underneath them, some kind of foundation, because it has been shattered multiple times by stronger teams.
And Gen G here today, showing that the Renekton in Italy, when you are just straight up better, straight up gonna win, straight up gonna punish every mistake and misstep that your opponent makes, still works. There's a reason why this has been a really popular comp for the longest of times. And when you pull it off like that, you see, oh yeah, this is basically the ideal game. And this is why we see teams pick it up and then they do nothing for 20 minutes and lose. That happens sometimes in the LCK.
That's why yeah, exactly. That's why Renekton Italy gets attacked a lot by LCK watchers, because a lot of the times teams just sit around and don't do that.
Yeah.
Just to add to what you're saying, Chronicler, it's exactly right. And Gen G right now are just a much better team, and they're able to just, maybe the 5 Teemos was a bridge too far, but at that point in the game, they were really far ahead.
I wonder if you have like different builds, then maybe you have you have a Moonstone Teemo, you have a Tank Teemo. I could see it.
Absolutely. That's the value of Unsealed Spellbook. Kids, make sure you're watching and learning.
Also just the limits by Chovy, right? This is like the third gank that he's absorbed in this way.
Yeah.
The one little blemish in this game was the bot side, where I think Ghost and Peter did better than expected, especially considering their truly unfortunate game number 1, but there was also very clearly not enough in terms of overall team performance for that to ever really matter, because Ghost never got the chance to play the game with how far ahead the rest of the map was, how much resources were invested into trying to punish a Chovy that then didn't get punished, became tank Rise, and then you know, they just never died ever.
Yeah.
And Ruler was the sacrifice that Gen.G was very happy to pay.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes the unfortunate reality of games that are this quick is that the losing team also needs to kind of accelerate the game as well. And I think that Nongshim, you know, we were talking about how they had a lot of tools if they waited, if they bought some time, if they tried to scale, if they didn't do this, right? So I think Nongshim may be a little bit frustrated with the way things have been going, and that's very understandable, right? So at the end of this game, they're just like, you know, let's just go for plays. And obviously, none of them are going to work when you're so far behind our next in Italy Rise composition. So not the right plays, but I think understandable, as we will listen in. Say, let's go.
나 이거 렉 진짜 무조건 걸리는 것 같아. 보자.
Awkward cat emoji. Doran's like, no, guys, what are you doing? I want to end.
So good. Ruler is very happy. It's not every day that Ruler, you know, just gets to sit on the bus and just, you know, get driven to the victory.
Truck along.
Yeah. It's not every day. Ruler has had his fair share of games where he had to be the hard carry. This was not one of them.
Still did the most damage in the game. That's the crazy part. I think, to no surprise, I voted for the Crocodile in this one. I feel like it's kind of inevitable. If it's Peanut again and he gets solo POG, I think that's also perfectly reasonable. You could even make an argument for Chovy with the amount of pressure that he absorbed. It was a team effort. And for Nongshim, unfortunately, hopefully the future will bring better tidings, because this was rough.
Rough indeed. We'll try to forget that one on the side of Nongshim. But for Gen.G, definitely very good tidings for how they might finish out here in round number 2. But that's going to do it for us for this first series. Not too much else to talk about. So we'll see what the guys on the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space have to say about this one. Take it away, Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Mau Mau, and it was indeed rough. That is absolutely true. Covered all the animals, and of course, game 1 we had farm animals in it as well. This game was even faster.
It's hard to imagine.
The cat-crocodile combo is real scary.
They ended up getting the Nidalee Renekton in the end. Not something you're thinking about as much here as Nongshim, because we haven't seen it succeed very much here in the LCK. It's a more niche pick right now, but it works so well with the Jinx you've already got set up, the Rise that you're going to control mid with. And unfortunately for Nongshim, I think this backhanded curve that Gen.G sent at the end of the draft really threw them a bit into disarray, really hurt their Ahri pick, and they tried so hard in the mid game to punish Chovy, but it just wasn't going to happen.
Yeah. It worked in game number 1, and then I think some learning was done, and Chovy really did manage to have them downloaded. For game number 2, it didn't look even close. I do want to have a bit of a deep dive towards that top side of the map, and the Renekton Nidalee that hasn't seen almost any success this year, and by almost any, I mean literally none. It does have a decent win rate outside of that, though.
And it's extremely common, right? Yeah, I mean, I think that's the story of that first one, but as you said, 0-3 this season until this moment.
Yeah. And Renekton Nidalee, we've seen actually, you know, deliver a lot of power in the early game, but we've also seen teams pick it and then not play aggressively enough. And I want to commend Gen.G over 2 games, executing early game compositions with the right amount of pressure in the right positions, and also like the sacrifices that they have to make in order to get there, right? Like Ruler was put in a bin this game.
He was, and he knew that was going to be kind of the way it was going to go, right? Like he started with a cull. He's like, I'm just going to sit and farm. I'm going to get that cull gold. Later on, I'm going to have this insanely fed front line, and I'm Jinx. I'm going to scale up, and so I'm going to actually be the last part of this composition. As the Renekton Nidalee starts to lose its power, Rise doesn't scale very well, I will, and I have a huge front line that's going to be fed for me. So he knew his win condition despite the fact that he was bullied there on the bottom side, and had a bit of a greedy mistake there that one time when he was backing. He knew where his goal was going to be in the in-game, was to just sit back and hold down the fort in the bottom side while the rest of the team wins the game.
Exactly right. We are going to have our first highlights here, which is a bit of a montage of ㅅ realizing that he was going to be a huge pressure point and trying to deny that the best that he could.
The ways that he got out of these is this flash was beautiful, is able to get away.
Eat your biscuits, everyone.
Eat your biscuits. Then the second time here, he's able to predict the thresh hook as well. So, or actually the third, the Realm Warp here, he dodges the hook and gets away. And then the third time, it's actually just insane. He gets charmed here after the Ahri ult and then walks up because thresh hook is coming and I'm out of here. Easy peasy, dodges the Q as well. And then they turn this. The third time, he actually turns his survival into kills.
Yeah.
And it's just incredible what he did during a fairly vulnerable time for the Rise in the mid game with that bottom side control, the thresh constantly coming up looking for the pick. Not going to happen.
Yep, and exactly right. And the thing that I really want to go into is the fact that they obviously had a plan, right? This is Gen G. They moved their pressure onto the top side of the map because Nidalee needs to capitalize on the fact that the gang setup is ludicrous between herself and Renekton. That's why we saw it be so popular, even if it wasn't necessarily as successful. ㅅ has to then absorb pressure because he is going to be the avenue of victory for Nongshim, right? So he needs to avoid feeding in that mid lane, giving away the mid turret and losing control of the game. Bottom side of the map was a bit of a whoopsie on the side of Gen G, but less important, right? You just need to sit back, try not to overextend, things like this, and just farm it out as usual. And it worked out pretty well for Gen G. As we get into our next highlight, this one was just some chaos. This is after Peter fell down in the mid lane.
This is just a lot of power already in this composition for Gen G, so they have so much agency to just kind of walk in and take this game by the horns, right? At this stage, they can just walk into a turret, blow it up, and actually look for picks. ㅅ's flash was really nice there, forward there, through the Q that was coming over from the Lee Sin. Just a clean fight, and this was just like our second highlight last game, like the final fight, really, of the game where they had too much money at this point and just wiped the map clean.
Exactly right. And also, with all the structures that they managed to pick up, you saw Ruler there. Like, he was cool guys don't look at explosions, throwing out rockets at junglers that are trying to escape. Like, he was still extraordinarily strong because structures went down from pressure elsewhere on the map. Like, everything sort of worked how it was supposed to there for Gen G, and Nongshim, unfortunately, just did not have a chance. Let's check out the player of the game, whether it's going to be Peanut, whether it's going to be ㅅ, that it's going to be Doran who picks it up on the Crocodile.
Yeah, there was a lot of discussion, I think, between us and I'm sure of all the voters, and there was a lot of hard thinking going on here because Doran played well around the power that Peanut gave him. He laned extremely well against the Gragas there on the top side, looked for great opportunities. This turn, beginning of the game was fantastic. It was, aha, you thought we left, but we didn't. And they just piled onto Kana over and over and over again, which is what Renekton Nidalee does, even against a strong weak side champion like the Gragas. Yep, and I mean, there was an argument to be made for how well Ruler played the later parts of the game. For me, I voted for ㅅ because I thought his absorption of that pressure in the mid lane and how well he handled those ganks and those thresh hooks was the main reason why Gen G comfortably transitioned into that power spike they hit at the end. Yep. But I think we'll probably see a split vote here.
No, I'm hoping for a bit of a split vote. We're going to check out the POG standings as Doran joins the 700 club that Deft was alone in before. It seems like everyone just sort of chills around 300, 400 points behind Canyon. That is just kind of how things have been working. 7 out of 13 are going to be those votes, as 5 of them went over to ㅅ and 1 of them went to Peanut. So pretty understandable as far as how these votes were going to work out. And of course, Chronicler getting it right this time around. Not normally a thing that he does, so we do have to recognize it when he does manage to figure things out.
Yeah, I mean, the guy likes to vote for what he believes in. I respect it.
And also, this time around, it was also what the majority thought was going to be correct. Absolutely fantastic work there, Chronicler. And Gen G just in general. I mean, I don't even know how we're supposed to desk after such a gigantic break, man. I might just forget which game we're commentating. But
it was such a dominant game.
We are going to go to the interview now, so here is Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Peanut Doran from Gen G. Congratulations. Doran, 9th win of the split. How do you feel? Sorry, what was that? How do you feel about? What was that about? 9th victory of the split. How do you feel? I'm happy that we are continuing our winning streak, and it's good. Peanut. And I heard today is your 7th year anniversary of your LCK debut. Congratulations. So, how do you feel? You know, getting this gift of victory to celebrate your anniversary. Yeah, I was pretty amazed that I was having a match on my anniversary of my debut. And yeah, I mean, time flies. It's been 7 years. Huge respect over to Peanut. And due to the COVID situations, you know, Gen.G was not able to play Nongshim Radforce with this full roster. And this is your first match against them in the split. So what was your mindset heading into today's series? I mean, like, nothing special. I just think that we have to beat every single team in the LCK in the end. So we weren't too, you know, worried about our opponents. I just wanted to play as we normally do. So I wasn't, either paying too much attention about my opponent. I just wanted to focus on what I have to do. And that really worked well for Gen.G and Peanut. I have a question about the Hecarim jungle. So your Hecarim was just camping bot all day long in the early game, and that was so significant to Gen.G's victory in game 1. And I think Hecarim has become one of the mainstream pick here in the competitive matches. Because he can upgrade his boots really fast. It has become a thing in other regions already, and we're having more and more Hecarims in the LCK as well. And yeah, he gets to have a lot more agency faster than other jungle picks. However, he didn't really have a high win rate so far. Why do you think is that? It's not because of the Hecarim pick, I think. I think not many teams tried it yet, so... And also the opponents were kind of dealing with it pretty well, so they were able to kind of, you know, cope with the situation of the running horse. What do you think of Hecarim in the next patch 12.4? I think I have to practice more with that patch, you know, then I'll get to find out, because it's too early to kind of say or confirm whether Hecarim will be good or bad. So, you are diving bot a lot in game number 1. Are you the one setting up the plays? No, our bottom duo, you know, was making a lot of calls, and we were having a lot of communication, and thanks to that, we were able to make a clean turret dive. In game 2, we had Renekton Nidalee comp after a bit of a while, because that duo actually has not been scoring a high win rate here in the LCK 2022. I mean, we kind of tried that from, you know, since like long time ago, so we wanted to try it, you know, today as well. So today, Morgan, and before today, Morgan was the only player to have a victory on Renekton. I actually didn't know that Renekton had such a low win rate. So I'm surprised. I guess Doran was not too worried about the stats. Do you think that Peanut's Nidalee was the game changer of Renekton's win rate? Absolutely, like 100%. I mean, Renekton without Nidalee is not a thing, you know. It doesn't really become the real crocodile. And also thanks to the Renekton, I was also able to scale well. However, Ruler was having some hard time down on the bottom lane. But still, Gen.G was able to close out the game very fast. Was that the theme of today's series, you know, concept? Not really, you know. Somehow, we had a very fast-paced game, and we were able to end the game super fast. How was that even possible, Peanut? My team was playing so well, and I mean, just these days, the tempo has become a lot faster compared to previous kind of patches and seasons. I guess the game itself is kind of speeding up with the current meta, and your next opponent will be DRX. I hope we can continue our win streak, because I'm so happy that we are, you know, getting so many wins. So I hope we can keep performing at a good level. And Doran, your family is here to support you. Is today a special day? No, they just sometimes show up. Any message over to your family watching you here at Lowell Park? You know, I know you guys came up from far, far away from Changwon, so yeah, have a safe travel back to our hometown. And Peanut, today is your 7th year anniversary of your LCK debut, and we are having so many Peanut fans out here. I cannot really believe that this is my 7th year anniversary, you know? And without the fans, I would have never made it this far. So I want to say thank you, and I hope I can make it to, you know, 8th, 9th year anniversary, and even 10th year anniversary as a pro player. Once again, congratulations to Doran and Peanut, and this will be the end of the POG interview. Back to the analyst carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, as per usual, for the exemplary translation of the interview. Huge congratulations to Peanut for 7 years of LCK play. I don't know whether that includes the time that he took elsewhere, but definitely a massive amount of time to be playing professional League of Legends and still being so dang good. Let's check out some of these standings here as they do show up. And of course, Gen G retain that 2nd place, but Nongshim shrink all the way down to
down at the bottom right now on a 7-series losing streak here. Something is going to have to change. As was mentioned on the cast, it's been a few tough opponents they've faced back-to-back since they got their roster back together. But playoffs might not be in the cards if they can't get a big streak otherwise here in the next few games.
Yeah, there's not that many weeks of regular season remaining. That being said, there are more spots than usual now that we have moved to our different formats, so a possibility that they could get in there, but it is a long ways away now. Kwangdong Freaks taking on Damwon Kia will be occurring after an obscenely long break. We're not going to beat around the bush. It's going to be a really long time, but you can chill out, some cool music and stuff like that, and we'll see you there.
KDS hasn't been able to get too many of those as Morgan.
Yeah, he's going down very, very low. He's trying to bait Dove in. And yeah, Dove is inside the cage now, trying to fight this one out. He does have a lot of extra statistics, and now Lava's going to get turned on. Booped on the head, and he's just going to get taken down. This is the power of the Hull Breaker, everyone. Double kill for the Jays.
보다박 들어갑니다. 보다박 들어갑니다. 득. 득.
I think managed to do enough work there, but is going to go down very, very early as Onfleet going to dive on top of Fate, but he just explodes Teddy. Grabs that kill, but it's Samdi that locks down the Cinder as well. LM at half health, but Keen's at full. He has his flash available. Can he be the hero? Teddy just swoops in him, obliterates him. The kickback now onto Dudu gets him out of this fight completely. Karis is dead once again. Minutes in. Yeah, they're going for it. Deft, half of the cooldown now on that Featherstorm. Charm connects, and he blows up Canyon! The Ari was worth it in the end, 45 minutes in.
Popped his res, he is ready to go back, teleport in and end the game. Bertel trying to survive here a little bit longer, but DRX have done it for the first time in nearly 2 years.
나 자리 좋아, 나 자리 좋아, 나 자리 좋아. 잘해보는 거 나 볼게. 아, 볼게. 앞에.
He will have to give his life away. As you see, Guma picks up yet another one, 6-0-2. Carrier, he's not done yet. He picks up the hook after the flash. He really just, oh man.
오! 어때? 야무져?
좋은데?
오! 그냥 캐리한데?
너무 캐리하다 이거.
And then maybe you see a Rascal layered on top. These are the ways this could work out. Or is like desperately trying to poke.
You can see how they're trying to get this out as hold that thought, aiming goes into the back line and down he goes. Bertel just going to sweep him up with the needles, and that's all they needed to do. Once the Callista's out, you're losing so much damage.
여차는 내가 발로 차줄게 이번에.
Try and maybe look for the defense here, as we can see now. Flash burn, but Flash immediately responded there by Tarzan. But now ㅣ is here. The Stormbreaker comes down. That's Tarzan picking up the first kill. The flash from Gala doesn't keep him safe, and Tarzan stays alive. The triumph. LNG, we wanted to see what you could do, and you did not disappoint.
Give me some victory 5, man. Give me some victory 5.
They're in good spot. Rich now. He's moving away.
He's going.
They're looking
He's
for
going.
it. Kars is running.
Kars is making the play, needs to drop the control ward. Immediately the TP's come up through. Bin desperately trying to stop what he can. The rest of the team TPing back. It's going to be onto the Nexus though. And B5, the Kars the hero play makes it happen.
They're gonna get TP'd on now. I mean, Perk's just TP top. Curtain call now coming out. Malrang on the backside, fighting Selfmade. Larson in the midst of the team. Selfmade now going to get pulled back. His ult goes in, but he's only hitting Malrang. Carzzy on the backside of the fight, but that's the jungler going to go down. ㅣ in the midst of the fight now too, but Rogue are standing 5 members strong. Rogue eyes on the prize, not focusing on the kills, not focusing on the champions, worried instead about the Nexus. Rogue secure their place in the LEC playoff. Ground warp coming out. Gold card going to stop it. Upset with the slow to follow. Hylissang going to dash in, and it's all too easy. Tied with Misfits for second place is G2 are forced down to 4th. Vengeance after the last best of 1 win arrive. Fnatic will take the win.
I mean, in the standing wise, I think we're doing okay right now, and I think we're all really good players. And in theory, I think we should be able to win everything.
Fighting top.
I think just keep lanes actually.
Keep lanes. I think we got it ourselves.
top
is 1v1.
No flash. Nice,
bro.
Top
die.
Top die. Go ham, and then you can kill everyone.
Summit makes his way into the fight now. Your son. Summit has found the angle, but Summit has not found the kill until now. He will crush Tactical. He will follow on to Spica, and Cloud9 has made their way through this game. No matter how high you climb, if you can't reach the summit.
We also need to talk about the ruler renaissance, because that man is also playing so much better than he has in the past.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Not again. Oh, man. Oh, he misses that 3rd shot, but he's not going to miss the 4th one. That's the Jhin special.
Deft in the boys. Holy crap, that was so much fun to watch.
Really closing in on them like a crocodile. Really nice hook comes in, and down will go Pyosik. Dudu, though, taking a ton of damage. Steph is still alive, and look at this. He's just raining hell down on everybody. Dudu gets taken down. There's no front line anymore, and Deft has done it.
sky fall and the sun turned black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another dream, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. wash out through my veins, the oil, the bones of my trepidation. to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide, learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. I can read between the lines, don't wanna live a borrowed time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith, get to the chase. is now our time for history. Brave hearts will win the day. Run strong all the way. It's time for you and me. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. Step up, take it on. No turning from the storm. It's time now for what's to come. Together we will stand 2 feet on the ground. Let's hope now for better days. 'Cause nothing can hold us down. On the ground, nothing can hold us down. On the ground, we can be heroes. We can be heroes. We can be heroes. When the sky falls and the sun turns black, when the earth halts, then don't look back. glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. Fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire, fire. We walk through the fire. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. We walk through the fire. Leave this place and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. I just came here and I haven't thought this through. Heart on my sleeve, ready to bleed. Wish I had another drink, then I'd have left it. Instead we're gonna go to the brink. Don't you think that we should forget it? I left you, you haven't left my mind. You keep me awake, so for my own sake, I had to come and see your face. Can't erase you anyway. So here we go again. Touch your skin, pull me in. You and me, head swimming. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are, the lightness in the dark. Naked and raw, with your failures and your flaws. Bring me what you are. Give me your failures and your flaws. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love, all your love. Give me that pain, but it's light from above. Light from above. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me all your love, give me all your love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me all your love, all your love. Give me that touch, give me strength from above, from above, yeah. Give me all your love, give me all your love. out through my veins. The oil, the bones of my trepidation. Let's shake the ride. come through. For all of your promises to be true. It's heartbreaking, and gray is the mood. I wanna believe in you. You can run and you can hide. Then to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. Liberating, you know what to do. Don't let your demons define you. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Cut to the chase. You can run and you can hide. Learn to live with your denial. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase. I can read between the lines. Don't wanna live up all the time. Oh baby, I'm losing faith. Get to the chase.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the second matchup of the night. Kwangdong Freaks up against Damwon Kia. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler. We have been gone for quite a while. You haven't seen our faces for about an hour and 20 minutes because the first series was such a one-sided stomp. Gen.G went home with a 2-0 over Nongshim in incredible fashion, but this one should be a little bit closer at least, Chronicler.
If you'd asked me at different points, start of the split or even before, middle of the split and now, it's kind of gone full circle. Initially, my expectation would be that this should be a relatively close match, and of course Kwangdong had a couple of games that didn't go so well, and we were like, what is this team? Are they just the worst in the LCK? And there were moments where they actually looked like it, but they have bounced back. And Damwon Kia, yes, it was against T1, but still coming off an 0-2 loss is always going to hurt, and while this roster has good individual players, some of the people not quite in the form that we were expecting them to be.
Yeah, it's a little bit questionable right now for really what is Damwon Kia's power level. We're not 100% sure. I don't think anyone really has a good idea. Maybe middle of the pack is what we're thinking right now, but we'll have to wait and see. We do have the points of the match ready to go, so we can jump into those and talk a little bit more about this 4-win streak after 4-loss streak. 5th place KDF versus overwhelming loss against T1, 4th place DK.
Key thing for Kwangdong is, of course, that look at the 5 next games they have out of them, including Damwon. Nongshim, especially after the match earlier tonight, might be a little bit easier pickings, but then Gen.G, T1, DRX, all those teams are looking on fire right now. And again, the loss that Damwon Kia had lost, yes, it was an 0-2, but also it was against T1. And T1 looked to be in a whole different category when it comes to the LCK, which makes this match all the more exciting. Yes, Kwangdong has been on the upswing. I think Fate and Hoyt in particular have gotten a lot better, but is that enough?
It's definitely a good question. The core of bottom lane skirmishes, the support, solo Pog against KT, 6-0 undefeated Nautilus, and phenomenal Recon player Hoyt. How will he deal with Kellen? That's a lot to to give to Hoyt, and then just to say Kellen is quite interesting. I think Kellen is quite strong in his own right, but Hoyt has been very much performing at a high level recently.
And for King, it is only 13 kills away. And now his 13 kills is a lot, especially if you're a top laner in the current meta. So good luck with that one, King. Would be very, very nice, but I think he might need another series, to be completely honest, to actually get it done. As, I'd like to see Gangplank, you know, a little bit more. I think the Gangplank is actually a pick that has been somewhat underrepresented. Aatrox, of course, don't go there. That is not the way. Unless you're rich, apparently, who's from what I understood, doing very well over in the LPL on the Aatrox. But for Keen, I think that his earlier part of the split was kind of similar to a lot of the Kwangdong players, which was not great, and he's slowly been getting back to full.
Yeah, it's great to see. But yeah, still waiting for him to really begin to pop off as we do take a look at some further stats here. Kwangdong Freaks actually a very high first turret percentage, 2nd in the league, which is pretty impressive considering, you know, where they've come from. And also first herald percentage very much up there. Both of those things a bit better than Damwon in that facet.
For Damwon, the overall score is the key thing here, right? Even with that 0-2 loss against T1, their overall game score is still very positive. This is a team that is in a kind of reformation. The core was still there in Showmaker and Kane, but the rest of them are not. And against this Kwangdong Freaks tonight, I wonder whether it's going to be enough. Hoyt and Fate have been the 2 big difference makers, but LM is playing against Canyon. And that has been a problem for effectively anyone within the LCK. Canyon really the shining light on Damwon Kia. There's a reason he's leading in poke points. Yes, he's good, but the rest of his team also struggling a bit. And this team really coming together.
Absolutely. As we did see in the beginning, you know, 4-win streak going on for them right now. Somebody is looking to get the Pog tonight. You can see the roster here, of course. LM versus Canyon, definitely going to be the biggest difference, I think, but there are definitely some pieces here for Kwangdong Freaks that have been working. Curious to see if the Nautilus gets banned against Hoyt. You know, he was able to do so much work on that pick. And, yeah, maybe he'll get respect out of it, as Damwon Kia will walk in next.
Damwon Kia. Canyon, I think the only player with Doc Dom having his moments as well that truly is performing to the level that we expected. Showmaker, most notably, not in the greatest of forms right now. And we've seen Showmaker do this before, to be completely honest. Summer comes to mind as well. But there is a couple of weeks of leeway that you get, but eventually people are going to be a little bit apprehensive, as it is Doc Dom's birthday today. He had a great, but not quite enough Ezreal game last time around against T1. And of course, as per usual, I'm going to look at Birdo as well. I think Birdo's laning woes have slowly been kind of developed through, but his side laning still absolutely not where it should be. Kwangdong might be able to exploit that.
Yeah, I mean, especially Birdo versus Keen, when you consider that matchup, if we think about Keen at his best, definitely can take advantage of some of those 1v1s. And this could be a way that they get ahead in this matchup. Phil's birthday ban to Doc Dom. Feels very, very good. As, yeah, still waiting for this team to really show us what they've got. Seems like, well.
Yep.
I was just talking about it.
It's a little mean.
Yeah.
But it's also deserved. I think that these stats are not as representative anymore. I do, not for the side of Keen, for the side of Birdo. I think Birdo's laning phase has improved, but the isolated deaths are as high because his side laning, as expected from an inexperienced top laner who isn't Zeus, who is just way too smart, that's a whole nother topic, is not great. He gets caught way too often. It's been a consistent problem for Damwon Kia, and he is going up against a player who has seen it all, has lived through every iteration of top, and just doesn't randomly get killed ever, really. And it's such a big boon to the, at times, inconsistent performances that Kwangdong Freaks have had.
It's definitely very nice to see so many fantastic numbers on at least one of the players. As a lot of great laning stats you could see there. Rarely ever dies, isolatedly, if that's a word. And yeah, that said, Kwangdong's Keen. Today's POG is Keen. Kwangdong's Keen, that is. Not sure what kind of baby dinosaur drawing that was, but it was pretty cute. I liked it. A 8 out of 8.
Aww.
It's a Birtle fan.
Well, he's going to have a rough matchup tonight, that's for sure. Keen is honestly been one of the core exam people that we have in the LCK. You know, you have to be this good to lane in the LCK. Keen has really set that standard for quite a while. This is the one matchup. We're going into the match. Damwon Kia like, okay, it's this should be okay, right? We have Canyon. We have Canyon. And then Alan has performed better, but I also think that Alan was by far, together with Hoyt, the weakest point. Hoyt has now shored up some of his weaknesses. And for Alan, that's still a little bit of a TBD. Fate also in much better form. We've always been a fan of Fate, and it's good to see him play a little bit more to the level that we were expecting of him.
It was very worrying in the beginning of the season when I think he might have, you know, Elam and Hoyt weren't looking great, but there were some games where I was like, man, maybe Fate is actually performing worse than those two, and that was saying a lot. But it's great that they've turned around their season so forcefully, right? It's very streaky to lose a bunch and then win a bunch. And, you know, with the amount of teams that are strong that they have in a row coming up next, you could say that, you know, well, maybe now they've hit their rut. Now they're going to get into the actual strong meat of the LCK. And that's definitely something to mention, but I do still think that they are on a much better position, as a team in their development. So they'll be better prepared for this rough line of the LCK this time around.
This matchup is super excited, because if Kwangdong can beat Damwon Kia here, even a Damwon Kia that, as we've mentioned repeatedly, is still finding themselves, that would really solidify them as a definite top 5 team.
This is a huge Duck Dom fan. She's like, When you play LoL, you're supposed to, you're supposed to grab the minions. You're not supposed to take my heart,
Such a good line.
She's got all the pickup lines here. Hopefully Duck Dom's paying attention, because I think that definitely would have worked. But looks like whatever issue was happening is now resolved. Kwangdong Freaks have decided to choose blue side here, to the surprise of nobody. And, well, I mean, there is something you could say about picking red side, I think, in this matchup, especially if you did want to save counter pick for Keen in the top side. But it seems like Kwangdong are fine to not go for that. And if Keen has to blind pick, I'm sure he'll be fine.
I would really like to see the line pick go over to Birdle. I think that he needs it the most. I think that there's a reason why we have designated that as the key player matchup. It should be, on paper, one of the biggest mismatches within this match, one that Kwangdong Freak is going to look to exploit, and Damokia should definitely look to mitigate as much as possible. But as you pointed out, against Keen, that might be an easier said than done kind of task, especially if maybe Kwangdong blinds Jace and we don't counter, because that's not a thing that we do here in the LCK.
No, it's not.
Again?
Yeah, we don't do that here.
One
we
day,
run
fathers.
face first into the Jace instead, and then hope we don't go splat, essentially. As Karma and Caitlyn are banned, they say, well, we're blue side, we'll get first pick. We're looking at a Ryze, we're looking at a Lee Sin, stuff like this. As Nautilus will actually get the respect on red side of all sides here from Damonkia. Ban that away from Hoyt.
I feel like you need to ban the Twisted Fate here, right? They give the Rise over to Kwangdong Freaks, but I feel like Twisted Fate is too high of a priority here. Obviously, Fate has had stellar performances on the champion whenever it has made it through the champ select. And even though there are some, in theory, counters, could also not go for that and give over either Rise or TF and then answer with the other. That is something that we have seen before.
Yeah.
And that is a possibility as well if they want to go into that direction. And looks like that's what they're going to do. Xin Zhao getting banned away. Both of the two strongest junglers now gone. And Rise or TF first pick here. And honestly, as Damwon, I think that might be a trade that you're relatively happy with. Showmaker being able to play his TF and being able to pick up something like a Jhin here would not shock me at all, especially with the jungle bans coming through here.
Yeah, you can wait on the TF pick unless they think that Keen is going to go on the Rise top, which I guess is possible. He has played it a bunch in the past. But thinking about what they are going to go for, here we do have Caitlyn and Zeri banned away. So the bottom lane, you would like the Jinx into the Aphelios if possible. So they're just going to go ahead and pick that up. They enjoy the Jinx matchup into whatever is left.
Fresh, of course, the big one that comes to mind here. Noteworthy, though, Damonkia actively passing up on Doc Dom's Aphelios, and that is something that tells us a lot about the position that Jinx is in right now in terms of her overall strength, regardless of matchup. Team's feeling like she can't really be punished. And there is the Twisted Fate. No surprise whatsoever, boosting an absurd win rate, and of course Showmaker has a world skin on the champion, which will generally say a lot. I honestly love the Rise into it. It's unfortunately not something that you can blind. Definitely something that is really nice into the Twisted Fate CC. Pick a card, doesn't really like Counter-Strike whatsoever. As Aphelios and Fresh, I think would be great set of pickups here. Although that does open the door to a jungle pick from Damonkia, followed by a number of bans.
I think you got to pick some jungles here for both teams. I was actually surprised that the Twisted Fate got picked early. Kind of what I was saying about the Rise potential flex, I suppose could have come in. But they forewent going for a jungle here. And Kwangdong Freaks might do the same if they prioritize this Leona. It's going to come out pretty early, but kind of, just LCK things. They really love their Leona here.
Honestly, I'd say pick Fresh here, because it is a good matchup into the Leona. It works very nicely with the Jinx. And if Kwangdong is going to ban out junglers, so can you. So you kind of create a stalemate where you will have the first pick, and it gives the counter pick over to Birdle. So I think that it's honestly a great overall set of circumstances, as I love Swain. Instead, not going to be the Fresh, which hopefully will now get banned by Kwangdong.
Yeah.
We're going to give the Hecarim over to Canyon. I've been very outspoken. I like the pick. I know that the performance has been a little bit subpar, but I do think that it has substantial power in the right hands, and Canyon should be the right hands.
Yeah, I think Canyon's got the right hands. I would agree with that. Absolutely.
Bold statement. I know that.
Yeah, I know. Old MVP. He's pretty decent. The Jarvan is going to be banned away, and as you mentioned, I think that Thresh should be the first ban here from the Kwangdong Freaks. It seems very obvious, especially when they just hovered it. Other options, I suppose, are Alistair. They are going to go for the Tryndamere ban, though.
Tryndamere is interesting, and might also signal a possible Graves pickup. Graves is one of the few picks that is blindable and is relatively hard to punish, something that Keen might gravitate towards, although there is of course still the flex possibility, as you pointed out with the Rise, although I don't think any of us are the biggest fans of that. And if they leave open Fresh, as ㅅ2022, I'd honestly say you'd lock the Fresh, and then you have R5 counter pick and a Fresh Jinx, and just an all-round really nice composition that you're going to be extremely happy with. Viego is of course still open on Kwangdong, but Viego hasn't had the best of times. I also don't really like the matchup into the Hecarim that much, especially not when there is also a TF that kind of counters a lot of what you want to do. And, well, Jace is banned, so Kwangdong might be looking towards a Gwen, and you'll deal with that when you get there. But this is, I think, a viable alternative. I do think the Rakan Hecarim combo is a very, very nice one. A lot of backline threat, and kind of saying we're going to disregard the laning phase for a little bit, and in return have really, really nice team fighting to skill into, which I think is a valid choice, as much as I like the Fresh.
It's also a classic LCK choice, right? As Master Yi gets hovered, but don't think we're going to be seeing that into all of the CC. No Rammus either. Okay. Olaf. I just said CC. We don't see Olaf very often. It is 3 picks so far in the LCK. And it will come out here. But yeah, definitely a champ that, especially if it gets ahead, is going to have a lot of fun into Gold Card, Hecarim, Fears, the Rakan, Charms, and Knockups. You just get to run through all of that straight at the Jinx.
I actually really like the Olaf here. I think Olaf is one of the few champions that in terms of clearing speed can reliably match, as this might feel like an Akali angle for ㅅ2022. That is definitely the remaining counter pick that we've seen into the Gwen.
Jax.
Jax is an option, which I actually quite like into the Olaf as well, but does put a little bit more of a burden on Birdle, which he will not go for, will be the Akali after all. So, as you pointed out, I think the Olaf into this matchup does actually very, very well if you never fall behind. And this jungle matchup is honestly key because there is no augmentation. I think the setup is really good. Leona, Gravitum Ordos, and a Rise. I'm going to ignore Gwen because it's top side. Just going to let that be. But that bot side, I think, really enables the Olaf. But at the same time, there is no Seraphine, no Senna, no Orianna, not really any augmentation of any sorts. So if you fall behind on either the Olaf or to Hecarim as well, honestly, your game becomes very hard. So the early bot side of the map, I'm going to be looking towards whichever team gets a lead there is going to have a great time going into the later game. I do think ㅅ2022 has an edge in terms of overall scaling, which always has to be mentioned, but the Kwangdong Freaks have drafted a lot of early game power for themselves too.
Yeah, it feels very nice. A lot of plays you can make. If the Olaf gets ahead, you're looking to dive bot over and over. You have so much enabling with the Rise that's going to be fast pushing, with the Olaf who's going to be clearing and looking for plays. Here on the side of ㅅ2022, definitely can make plays of your own, especially once the game gets going. You know, you were talking a little bit about the lane might be a little bit dicey, but after that you've got Hecarim, you've got Rakan follow-up, you've got picks with the TF, and tons of follow-up to back it up. So should be a fun one between these two teams. Let's jump onto the Rift right now. Match 56. At the end of this week, it will be the 2/3 mark of the regular season.
Man, time goes by so fast. And as we already mentioned, with that aggressive pressure that Kwangno has, I think specifically Showmaker's play this game is going to be pivotal. Because Canyon, due to the speed, both in terms of clearing and it's Hecarim, he's very fast, of the champion, he should be able to join a lot of the fights. But Showmaker actually being able to out-rotate Fade. Fade, of course, has stronger shove, but Destiny Gate has a much bigger range when it comes to actively making plays. Is going to be extremely pivotal here, because if Damwon goes into the mid to late game on an even footing, I think they're pretty happy. You know, they have one of the, I'd say, decent ways to actually shut down Aphelios in the Akali. Especially when you combine it with the dive of a Hecarim or a Khan that can find a knock-up with limited peel as well. But if they fall behind, then Olaf runs everyone down and everyone gets shoved in and everything is horrible, effectively. So avoid that.
Unless you're the Olaf.
Just don't fall behind. Well, yeah, I mean, he'll be very happy. And that 2v2 as well, the power of Damwon, I feel, is more in what fights they pick than it is in the strength straight up of the 2v2 as, that's a clean start, and that is a very, very painful trait.
It's just something that happens all the time. It's Gwen level 1, right? You got to know that she's going to be looking to aggressively trade. We didn't see exactly where they were positioned, but somehow the Gwen was behind you. So definitely have to take that into account and not get flanked at level 1. Otherwise, you're not going to have a fun time at level 1 in the early stages, as that was an interesting Zenith Blade, and that means that the Zap is also going to go wide, and nothing's going to land. But that's just fine.
Key thing here, as I think the ward spots Canyon there, although I'm not 100% sure, the placement looks a little bit weird, but pretty sure that they had vision of the horse, is of course that he's one of the very few junglers that can do a 315 clear, go for the entire jungle in a very fast pace, and maybe can provide some defense. But as I mentioned earlier, I do think that you want to avoid plays where the Olaf is. I think as Canyon, you're much more interested in looking at cross-map plays, try and utilize a man advantage as opposed to trying to actually straight up fight the Olaf, especially with phase rush. A lot of your damage is in the burst, as Keen should know that there's someone on top side.
Engage on the bottom side. We're going to trade CC, as there is Canyon right on the top side, and Keen is dead. First blood given over to the Horsey, who is feeling pretty good about this. And yeah, I mean, like you were saying, I think maybe just didn't show respect to the game. By the way, 6-0.
Wow, I didn't know about that. But honestly, you'll gladly give up your crab for this if you're Canyon, right? Because the power, as we saw there, of the phase rush Hecarim is that, especially in the early game, it packs a big punch. He's able to get his Lucidity boots on the first back, and then will continue to be able to power clear. But as Keen, that is a bulk standard gank timing, right? Like it's a full clear towards top. And I saw some question mark pings going down. I wonder if they didn't have full vision of Canyon, otherwise a very surprising turn of events, as Canyon doesn't want to go for that. We'll be able to get some cheeky vision here before he goes back to clearing his own jungle. We'll do so on vision, but nice early start here. Kill did go to Canyon, which does mean that for Birdle it's a little bit less ideal, as Keen, especially without flash. Lane was under the turret anyway.
Yeah.
Could have backed off.
He's only staying to try to pressure Birdle and try to get more and more wins in the lane, but you could have gotten a really nice recall, great timing, you avoid any of the pressure from the jungle. So definitely a little bit of a mistake from Keen, we can say. You know, it's not like here in competitive play we always see these top ganks work out, and generally it's because of little things like the top laners respecting timings from the jungle, but I think that Keen didn't do that in this case. He is trying to hold the wave here in a nice spot, keep himself a little bit safer.
At least Canyon is pathing towards topside, currently towards his Krug, so Birdle can feel relatively safe here. Keen is still someone that is not going to be fun for him to deal with. Don't play against Proctor, but with the knowledge that Hecarim is only a trot away, Birdle should be able to crash his wave here, as Didn't get the creepy, and there's
So
actually
strong.
yeah,
Oh, man.
Freeze still maintained here, and I would honestly like to see Canyon go and just make sure shadow that top so that Birdle can actually get the shove in, because otherwise I'm pretty sure Keen might get a return kill on Birdle there in a little bit.
Seti is going pretty deep onto this one. Of course, it is TF, which is a little bit easier for getting these ganks down. Fate is waiting and not putting down a ward just yet. Canyon not level 6. So the engage is a little bit more difficult. Looks like he'll just go for... no, he's actually staying.
Ooh. A lot of time being wasted here. But his jungle isn't up yet, so we'll lose minimal time, so can afford himself a little bit of leeway there. Doesn't get cancelled the back the second time.
Showmaker has died a total of 9 times in 12 games on TF.
That shouldn't be surprising. He has a world skin on the champion, right?
It's less than 1 per game.
Yeah.
That's not normal.
No, I know. Very well aware. And this is something you need to do on Olaf, right? You need to get the early objectives. Is not an optional thing. This is why you pick the champion. So them getting this early Hextech Drake is a very, very nice thing. I'm sure that Damonkia is also more than happy to just let this one go. And first Drake, fine as well, as again, no Cloud Atlas today. So we will be getting relevant Drakes, which is nice.
We actually did get a Cloud Soul in game number 2 of Gen.G versus Nomshim. But that game ended at about 22.5 minutes, so...
It didn't matter.
It ended
so we
up
didn't
not
get a
mattering.
soul. Ah.
There you go.
Which was nice.
It's all part of Atlas's plan. Give us a little break. Thank you.
Appreciate it a lot.
Yeah. This game is, it's definitely slowed down a little bit after that first gank. Not much else has happened. Keen hasn't been looking for any further kills or pressure, mostly just pulling the wave, seeing and waiting if he can go for an opportunity a little bit later on. Bottom side, pretty much exactly even. There has been a lot of trading back and forth, but nobody really missed anything. So that's just that as well. It is 77 to 77 in the mid lane as well. So
you're perfectly happy with this as Damwon, right? That's the big takeaway. Even if you do lose the objective here, which, interestingly enough, Canyon, even with his top side being up, is pathing towards bot. I wonder if they want to set up a dive, knowing that there is going to be some pressure here. Like that a lot. Showmaker should also be able to join this.
Not going to hit the knock-up, though, but Q doesn't land from Teddy, and this is a wave that is coming in. As you see, Teddy is trying to help out here, but here's Showmaker, and here is Canyon. Nicely done, trying to get some damage down onto the horse, but Canyon will survive, as now they're turning onto Fate, who got here a bit late. And it's not great, but you can see that the one kill will go to the side of Damonkia. Element looking for the trade of the Rift Herald in kind, as the needles will come out here, but Birdle will be fine enough.
Key thing here is that only a single kill is not enough. Getting the kill on Teddy, though, means that he will be denied some CS. And I wonder whether they want to try and still contest for this with Birdle pushed underneath the turret. Not going to happen. So still a, I'd say, mildly favorable trade here coming through for Kwangdong Freaks, because they get the 2 blades, whereas only a single blade was given over. And Damonkia not quite working out perfectly here. It's not the biggest wave that they have been able to stack. And I actually really like the disengage that we see here from Hoyt. And with Fade, crucially, also roaming down with the Realm Mob, really dissuades a continued dive on Hoyt, who also hit level 6 just there. But when this Herald comes down, it will equalize the gold a little bit. But in the end, I think you can argue both sides. I'd say it's slightly more favorable due to the for Damwon due to the wave that was lost for Teddy. Doxam getting a little bit further ahead in that matchup is nice. And overall, Damwon getting themselves a nice gold lead, although some of that will be having to be returned. You know, they've going to be charged interest in a little bit in the form of a very angry Dung Beetle.
Yeah, we'll see where it does go, because currently just 0 plates in total.
Yep.
For Kwangdong Freaks. It's not a good feel.
No.
So it also means that your Rift Herald isn't looking for like a kill on a turret unless you get a big dive off, and that's one of the things we were talking about, you know. That could potentially come through, as Elam is on the bottom side. Fate currently on Vision.
Yeah, it's so hard, right? Because Damonkia can match. Normally, one of the big points of the Rise is that you pick the Rise and then you set up a 4-man dive on bot side, and then that kills him, and then you get the Herald, and then you can snowball the map. But into TF, well, he doesn't have Destiny Gate yet, but he does have Teleport, so a dive is going to feel a lot more rough, as Verdant Barrier built here by Keen, actually. Very interesting. Obviously okay for the 1v1, but overall not an item that we see often anymore, as it's just not the greatest component. Wonder if he actually wants to build that out or not. Because delaying your Riftmaker on Gwen always feels so bad. And Birdle also kind of equalizing the matchup, as Canyon is waiting for someone that will never come. Although his entire jungle is down, so he just wants to take it easy.
It's fine. Sitting there, you know, expecting LM to potentially come down here. And he's just keeping Duckdom safe, too. With this back timing, Duckdom is going to get one plate, as you can see, but this also means that they can just stick around.
It's a bait.
Yeah, because Canyon is here. So it's like, well, we'll just sit down here. There's no vision right now on Canyon, as LM is going to be spotted.
You know this is a trap, surely, as Kwangdong. It's too obvious. They don't know. Oh my god, Teddy's so dead. There's a flash, though.
He's about to get cleansed as well. As did he back? Is the question. No, he did not. The horse is here. And over the wall he goes. And this is the hard engage that you pick Rakan and Hecarim for. And you love to see Damwon using it in that fashion. They're able to get the kill right before the Cloud Drake as well, which will put any, you know, Olaf taking all the objectives off the map, dreams goodbye. They'll put that to sleep, and Dalmakia will get a nice lead.
That's just a perfect example of the power of Hecarim right there. Canyon, the best part of this play is, again, like, most of his jungle is just starting to respawn. He wasn't even wasting that much time. This is one of those plays that in a lot of games can feel really bad, because if this doesn't work out, if Teddy does get away, you've just wasted a large part of your time. But that doesn't happen. And we keep repeating it. Kwangdong, you had to be ahead with this comp. Your Rise, not going to scale. Your Olaf, well, I mean, I don't even need to say it, also not going to feel particularly great. And Damwon Kia are looking like a side lane threat in the Akali, which is one of the very few picks that actually lanes well into the Gwen. A Hecarim, which, sure, isn't fat, but he doesn't need to be. He just needs to make sure that the rest of his team can do well. And Duckdom building up bigger and bigger leads here.
Teddy didn't even get any of that plate gold. I mean, all 320 went into an Olaf that's already behind. So you're not even snowballing a very important lane. I mean, the Aphelios is already 0-2. He's so far behind at this point compared to the Jinx. And yeah, just zoned off of that as Canyon stays here forever.
It's about as good as a response, right, from Teddy as you could wish for, the clowns and the flash. But the problem is it's not happening. This is the beauty of that Rakan Hecarim that we talked about. And this is relatively early on, right? Like, they're both the level 9, level 10. Like, this is going to happen in team fights as well. Like, Teddy is going to have such a hard time of playing the game here. And if you had, say, a Fresh or a Gragas, that could change a lot of the matchups. That could actually help with keeping his Aphelios safe, but he has no peel. All the picks that were picked up by Kwangdong were supposed to work in a more aggressive fashion. And while Damwon Kia can still overstep, can still get caught in sides, and the momentum swing is still a availability, or a possibility rather, here for Kwangdong Freaks, it's looking less and less likely, Veldes.
Yeah, I mean, to add insult to injury, Duckdom also was able to scoop up the kill on the bottom side. So even with Canyon there, with Kellen there, doesn't matter because they get the gold on the Jinx, which is where they want it. She is currently 1,000 gold ahead. And feeling very, very nice. Even this top side, too, you can see that Keen doesn't have pressure outside of the early levels. The Riftmaker's already finished here for Birdle. Keen, of course, as we already talked about, he delayed his build by going for the Burning Barrier, which, again, very interesting, to say the least. We'll see how it goes for him.
Yeah, it's obviously nice, a nice buy into Akali, but I think overall, delaying a Riftmaker spike isn't really worth it. It doesn't provide you with that much utility against Hecarim. And also interesting, Birdle going for the Riftmaker here, so really building exclusively for the 1v1, so the 1-4 or the 1-3-1 rather that you can set up either of them are completely fine, honestly, as Kia is just extremely strong, right? Like, you have a great side laner that's going to win the matchup, especially in this setup. TF, which show makes TF. I don't really need to feel like I need to over-explain that one.
Yeah.
And then a Fed Jinx with a Rakan and a Hecarim to buddy her up. Like,
yeah, it's not quite Gen G smacking down Nongshim in 22 minutes, but it is still a very sizable lead that is quite obvious to look at. And we're going to get the second Rift Herald here in the mid lane. See that Kia are going to play this one very respectfully. They're not overstaying. They do have to drop it at kind of an awkward time. There's no objectives at this point in time. But it's fine, you know, 2,500 gold ahead is going to be the name of the game here. And we're definitely going to have a fight in about 1 minute and 20 seconds because Infernal Soul, both of these teams are going to want it pretty badly. Kwangdong Freaks, they want it, but also they need to deny it from the side of Kia, or that's definitely GG.
Yeah, that's, I think, the one entry that you still have within this game as Kwangdong is that Infernal Soul. Because Infernal Soul can change up so much in terms of how a lot of this scaling that we talked about works, because if you have a Gwen with Infernal Soul and she throws one like second or third activation of needles into anyone on them when they die, right? So it becomes a completely different scenario. And it's something that might give Fate a little bit more longevity. It's obviously going to be really good for Teddy if he wants to make big plays, and this is exactly what you need to look for.
Okay, they're trying to get on top of the Akali here, and the Everfrost comes in as one more Undertow will get the job done. That is a very nice collapse up onto Burl, who looks like he was very much caught off guard by that play.
Yeah, but you make a play on the top side of the map, and that's going to give Kia full control of this pit. Right, the Dragon Pit is now completely open. Showmaker picks up a turret as well. And while I like the idea from Kwangdong to go for aggressive plays, kill Winter Olaf, not the biggest deal in the world. And again, this Drake is going to go over 100% to Kia. Might even get 2 turrets for it. And
yikes.
That's not a good trade, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I do wonder where
oh, and Damon, they are looking for actually kills in the mid lane as well. They are diving Ileona. The teleport is going to be denied as, okay, stopwatch. Not quite as much value this time around, but, you know, you're still a good item. Kia, they get the Leona, and they will get the Infernal Drake. And, yeah, I thought they would get the kill and then back and go bot, not stay top and try to kill the turret and give the Drake for free, not to mention the kill chronicler.
Nothing will stop Veldus from talking about how good Stopwatch is, and I appreciate that. I think that's a great, great trade. Someone needs to spread the word. But as you point out, overall, not a great trade for Kwangdong Freaks. But the reality of the situation is this might be the only trade that they get as Birdle. Using your Shroud like that is exactly what we're talking about when we're talking about the inexperience of this player. And I think Birdle has had a lot of development throughout this split, but we can still see his early levels in particular are quite shaky. And using your Shroud like that is not a thing that you should ever do specifically for this scenario. As Hoyt, there's just, I really don't want to go too deep into this because it's just a whole chain of disaster for the Kwangdong Freaks, with a teleport being wasted and someone being dove and another kill going over the Dogdom and the Drake going over.
Yeah. I loved how in both the bottom gank for the Hecarim, when Canyon was down there at level 8, and also the dive on mid lane, they gave both kills to Dogdom purposefully.
Yeah,
like, everybody was backing away and they're like, no, Dogdom's going to get it. A lot of teams are just like, no, we absolutely have to get the kill. Whereas Damon, I feel like, pretty well experienced and they know how to calculate it out so that the Jinx is always getting it. And yeah, I mean, you mentioned the mid lane thing, but also the free Infernal Drake is it's a huge problem, actually.
Oh, Showmaker. Well, Krug lives to fight another day, or at least approximately like 15 seconds. And I really like it, especially with this Hecarim build, although Kane is still making use of the farming pressure that the champion has to build a big lead for himself. And of course, Olaf at this point in the game is never going to really recover. In this build is very much a initiator and not much more. He splits up the fight, especially with Rakan. He can provide a lot of backline dive as Showmaker.
Okay, trying to get out of there, and he will.
Wow.
Match ult for ult. Feels pretty good. Very quick response from Showmaker.
He's not going to die on this game, is he?
He has to keep his deaths even lower.
Yeah.
Deaths per game are below 1. It's pretty absurd. And TF is going to continue with his highest presence in the LCK out of any champion. This time with another win.
I wonder why. And I do have to criticize a little bit Guangdong Freaks there by giving over the Rise, or the TF rather, and favoring the Rise. Because as much as I like the champion, maybe the take was to like not let either of them go over, but giving Showmaker his Twisted Fate, especially when you have a perfectly capable TF player in Fate himself.
Yeah.
Right? To me, doesn't seem like the call. But yeah, Dogdom is so fat, Valdez, and I can't, like, Teddy hasn't been able to play the game, which against a Hecarim and a Rakan and you having no peel is exactly what should happen, honestly.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've been talking about this game being in a subpar position for, I don't know, what, 10 minutes? But you know what the worst part is, Valdez?
What is it?
It's not going to get better.
No, it's not. We talked about that in the draft, too.
We did.
You know,
we did.
They needed to get ahead, and they did not. So here we are. And Dalman, you know, they're playing this out very well. I mean, they haven't really made too many mistakes outside of, I suppose, Bertle getting picked that one time. But it was a good idea, I suppose, because it baited Fate and Elim into killing a top turret instead of fighting over the Infernal Drake. Still scratching my head about that one. And yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. You know, there was always the tipping point against the Aphelios, where it's like, you need a lot of dive if you're going to go dive against Aphelios. Otherwise, if you draft a bunch of melee and a bunch of dudes that just sit in front of him, he's just going to shred you so easily in the late game. But if you're behind and you have absurd amounts of dive, then you can just CC him 100-0. He doesn't have a lot of protection because he's also behind. And you also already pointed out the composition. It's not great for peeling for him, so Canyon is thinking about a little play here onto the Rise, or maybe he's just clearing out the vision. And so Fate will back away.
Oh, there's no way they know that Fate was there, because Destiny and Gate was available, right? So that's the freest pickup that I think you could possibly wish for, although Fate can also do the exact same thing that we saw Showmaker do, which is the moment that the Destiny Gate comes through, he just uses Realm Warp. But with
then you get yellow card.
Well, I mean, yeah, but maybe you're in time, you know?
Maybe.
Be fast enough.
Just be fast. Speaking of which, what happens when you have absurd amounts of dive against Aphelios? This is what happens. He has to flash away. He does hold on to his cleanse. The Moonlight Vigil, though, is going to sail wide, as Teddy was expecting them to back away. This is a crucial fight because the Infernal is about to spawn, and it just did.
That's going to be Soul Point. Miracle Seal, Alan, come on. You got to go for it.
Nope.
Oh,
wait, he is. Here he comes. Over the top, and Dalman, you know, sticking around, but that's going to be Smite going to Elim. They're sticking around, but not committing to that one, as now the engage comes in. Down will go Canyon, as Fate and Keen are able to burst him down. And it was almost like Dalman Key were just like, no, we absolutely do not want to fight you at this point.
And I do think it makes sense. That's one of the risks that you take as Dalman if you fight here, where your victory isn't 100% assured. It can backfire. You did use a lot of ultimates in an attempt to go after Teddy. But at the same time, I think they didn't need to be as scared as they were there. Key thing there, of course, is that with Reckless Swing, Olaf always going to have a really big edge in these type of smite fight situations. So very nicely done by Guangdong. And this at least keeps them in the game. Because I think that giving over a Soul Point here would have been an absolute disaster. And yeah, Damokia maybe not feeling like they have the control that they really want. A little bit indecisive. And some of the errors that we've seen within Damwon kind of creeping up here with them. Are we going to go? Are we not going to go? What do we want to do? Ending up not going for it, which...
Yeah. Especially because, I mean, only 3 of them were in the Realm Warp, right? Immediately, the rest of them came over the wall, but there was a specific timing where if they were decisive, they could have potentially tried to turn it 5v3. But, you know, a lot of cooldowns down, and they just decided, no, we can't really take this fight.
Can we just highlight that Showmaker went for Chemtech? I'm racking my brain, and I might be missing. I'm not 100% sure if the TF is actually able to proc the part of it that like helps allies, which is pretty relevant to the item.
It's kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm sure someone can enlighten us on this. I most certainly will be looking at this afterwards myself, because whereas Morello's, I mean, I wouldn't have loved it, but it makes sense into Phelios, Gwen, and Olaf. The KDF Putrifier, a much more novel way of approaching this. And for Kwangdong, what we did see there, and what I am really happy about, and this is something that you might kind of, you know, write off as well, because Castles is trying to make this interesting. But Kwangdong have not given up, and this is the big difference, I think, between the Kwangdong we saw at the beginning of the split and the Kwangdong now, where they're actually doing stuff. They're still trying, right? They're cohesive, they're making plays. Is it gonna matter? I personally say no. I don't think that the outcome of this game reasonably should be anything other than a Damwon win from this position onward.
Yeah.
But there is always a chance, and that's a key thing here that Kwangdong Freaks are actively looking for.
Yeah, I mean, a couple fights like that, you know, you take away some of the members on the side of Damwon Kia, all of a sudden the Jinx doesn't feel as safe as she would in a 5v5, because to be fair, in a 5v5, if they can burst down the Olaf, which they should have enough damage as the game comes along, you're going to be feeling very safe. You have so much range against a lot of low-range members, outside of, I suppose, Aphelios occasionally. So it's a very fun game for Jinx from ahead.
Yeah.
And Duck Dom is insanely fed. So, yeah, you know, in terms of a straight-up 5v5, if it keeps going that way, Damwon will have the advantage, but you know, skirmishy type of plays where maybe they realm warp into a Baron and try to take that down, like they've got some good damage there. But actually, it's Damwon that are going to pull the trigger here and then immediately put the safety back on, I guess. As they saw one other guy on the side of Kwangdong and they're like, nope, not taking the chance.
Yeah, not anything used there really, right? It was just Hoyt with Flash and Eclipse and his Locket available, so. And you didn't really have any of your real damage dealers there, and by that I mean either Birdle or Docdom. Showmaker, of course, especially with this build, not going to be as much of a threat in the all damage department. And as this game progresses, as we mentioned, it's not like the Kwangdong comp doesn't have any scaling elements. If either Keen can find multi-man Gwen ult, that's really the big one for me. That's the one that I'm always going to be looking towards, because needlework is just absurd at times, and that's the reality of it. As Zonias gets picked up there for Showmaker. Or Teddy, like, finds a 1v9 ult, but he's going to go Infinity at second, which makes the big flashy 5-man, you know, like Infernum, everything crit kind of scenarios much more unlikely. But we're going to get another Drake fight here, and if Kwangdong picks this one up as well, that might change our outlook on this game, Valdez.
Oh, it definitely would. The question is, can they actually make it happen? And I think some more shenanigans, maybe another Realm Warp could be the way that they get in there.
Ooh, I like this angle from Birdle.
He's holding it on the right side, not committing to it just yet. Showmaker on the left, always threatening with his gold cards, if need be.
This time around, they have all cooldowns available. Note Keen does have the Banshees available for himself as Canyon. They want to get on top of Teddy. That's the main target here, but Keen is a big threat in itself as well.
And that Verdant Barrier coming back, you know. The Banshee's going to be very good against TF Poke, but it is going to be procced and gone. So Keen doesn't have it just yet. Someone playing this so respectfully. Remember that they have Hecarim, Rakan, TF. They have so many buttons that they could press. But they are still waiting for the perfect engage.
They don't really need to do anything, right? They can just keep autoing with a Docdom eventually. That's going to be enough.
Okay, well, they get the flash out of Showmaker in trade for Hoyt's flash, but there's the poke coming out once again, and Kwangdong Freaks, you know, they might just go home with their head in their hands, and that is what's going to happen. We are not going to have the pop-off team fight that we sometimes have around these Drakes. It will just be a lot of posturing, and Damwon getting another Infernal.
I think this is a mix of maybe a little bit of insecurity, but also insurance for Damwon. Because while, as you point out very nicely, they can dive in extremely deep with Canyon and with Callan, if you go in for a deep engage and Teddy flashes it or somehow gets out, if Keen can either kite back and throw needles into you or find your backline, you can still lose the fights. And I think that if they play it as slow as they do here, it might not be the most entertaining league, but it gets the job done as Guangdong. This is a Hail Mary if I've ever seen one.
I mean, they know this is happening. You're grouping up again for this dive comp, as they're just going to get on top of Fate here. Immediately the cleanse has to be used, and now the rest of Guangdong are on the run. And the way that Damwon have been playing this, they're going to say, okay, we stopped the Baron, that's fine. We're not going to engage. You can see they're thinking about it. They're definitely thinking about it, but definitely unwilling to pull the trigger in this one.
Again, I think they're waiting for IE on Dokdam, and they're just taking the, we are not going to lose this game. There is no way. We're not going to make any play. And I do think that in a certain way, it might also increase the risk. As long as they can get the Infernal Drake, then they should be feeling fine.
And that's some nice poke damage once again. Only committing to the Super Mega Death Rocket from Dokdam. Other than that, still just hanging around.
Kind of thought they were going to go for Baron with that cancel, but they don't want to take the risk either. And of course, Fate is still there. And honestly, this might be one of those moments where if you're Damwon Kia, you try to go for, oh, Teddy.
Okay, they're just going to go for it here as Teddy does immediately cleanse and flash away. Here's the turnaround. Showmaker with the stopwatch, but immediately now you're not getting away from Canyon as you don't have anything else. They immediately burn all 3 summoners, and they immediately burn 3 of your members of your team as well. Fate is trying to get some bounces down. It's actually a lot of damage. From the rise, he flashes, but it's not even going to get a single kill. An ace comes out from Damwon as they finally find their entrance.
Patient gameplay paying off here for Damwon. Might not be the pace that we have come to expect from a team that was straight up the best for 2 years in the LCK, but that was the past, that was a different team, and this team needs to play it a lot more clean. And it is Showmaker, of course, that starts it off here. A lot of cooldowns get used crucially, but yeah, this is that is an unfortunate scenario to be an AD carry and not have a Fresh or anything that can save you there.
Yeah.
Because this is tank hacker in.
By the way, the rest was available.
We see that the power tank ride's almost enough to maybe get like 1 or 2 counter kills here, but this is what should happen at this point in the game. This composition of Guangdong has unfortunately expired. It is no longer safe to eat, and you should just, you know, compost it and find yourself a new meal, and then hopefully that one you will eat before it.
Yeah, use the fertilizer, build new crops, and there you go. Got a new comp.
Some herbs. I'd be perfectly happy with that.
Yeah.
What's your favorite herb?
I really like basil.
Yeah.
Or basil, as Atlas would say.
Nah, both. It's a safe bet. I think it's a safe bet.
You know me. I don't know too many.
Too
many varieties. But
basil is a classic.
It's hard to go wrong with that.
Rosemary is another one that you really can't go wrong. Cilantro, obviously very divisive.
Dill.
Dill, I feel like dill is also...
It's very underappreciated.
You think so?
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest.
I don't know.
I'm not the biggest on dill. I appreciate it for what it is.
Well, that's
I feel like it's more limited.
Yeah, it's definitely more limited, but I feel like nobody talks about it anyway. Even though it has a very specific role
only on
some
fish.
dishes.
Whereas I feel like it has much more wide applications.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have to do a cooking class, aren't we?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's definitely happening, fellas. Don't you worry.
I guess we're just going to have to. No choice. Damwon Kia, they're just waiting. They're just waiting to press their buttons. Teddy still doesn't have a summoner, so he's just dead. There is zero peel here at all, as the Gwen is trying. Keen is trying, but not quite able to get it done. As the Everfrost will come in, Showmaker is looking to once again pick up some more kills and get that 16.7 KDA on his TF, even higher, as it is already ridiculously high. But here comes the rest of Damwon Kia with the Baron buff. Just going to push down the turrets, and it did take 34 minutes, 35 minutes here. They're even going to try to get this kill onto the tank rise. They are actually struggling with that, and Kenyon is going to die. But they are still going to take down the Nexus. It was a slowish one, but it was a win in the end. Damwon Kia will pick up game 1.
Slow and steady wins the race for Damwon Kia. We still see some of the issues. A lot of their sharpness that they used to categorize this team in the mid game, not quite there yet. Birdle, his early levels, not the greatest. Gets caught in the side lane once as well due to some unsavory usage of abilities. But overall, this is a very clear signal being set by Damwon that while we might not be the same team anymore, we are still up there with some of the stronger teams. Can we match T1? Can we match Gen G? I'd say that's still pretty far off. But Kwangdong Freaks meeting some of the first really strong resistance here that they have in 5 series.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if after their loss against T1 that Danny sat them down and he's like, guys, next series, all I want you to focus on is trying to make as few mistakes as possible. And, you know, if you've played sports, you've definitely heard the phrase where it's like, oh, the team that makes the least amount of mistakes is going to win. Or the team that makes the most mistakes will lose. And it kind of feels like Damwon were trying to play this very pristine, very slow, very patient game. And it did work out. They do get the win. But as you mentioned, it does come with, you know, it kind of leaves us questioning. You know, maybe it's just a lack of confidence. Maybe Danny didn't say any of that. It's hard for us as observers on the outside to really know what they're going through.
And the key thing here is that that combo that you saw there at the end, they could have executed that like 3-4 times already before that, right? And that's why we're being a little bit hard on them. And I don't think that that is unreasonable. But at the same time, it was a clean win when they could have been faster. But it's not the end of the world for Kwangdong. Well, you know what we're going to talk about? It's going to be the drafts. I think that Kwangdong drafted themselves into a corner here, then didn't fight, and then they were still in the same corner, and then nothing happened, and then they lost.
And they sat in the corner and did not feel very good about that, as everybody is in a circle around Danny. Everybody is still learning. Everybody's in a circle around Spirit, trying to figure out what they can do better for next time. We will find out after the break in the chairs.
괜찮. 왼 먼저. 라이즈 없고. 가볼게 나. 가볼게. 나 피 없다. 블라프 볼게. 천천히. 오케이. 나 피 없어. 천천히. 포탑 칠게. 끝난 듯. 때리기? 나 이거 스턴데. 나 아파.
못 잡나?
못 잡아. 노플이긴 한데. 이 가지고 오나. 해보자.
오케이.
죽여. 와, 야, 개단단해. 챔피언이야? 야, 그만해. 그만 돌아. 빡센데?
란두인까지 갔다.
나이스. 에야, 아파. 오케이.
the sky fall and the sun turn black. When the earth halts, then don't look back. Hold me closer, can you feel my heart? We can conquer and win back all. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high. We walk through the fire. The embers glowing, we're waiting for the blaze, ascending from the ashes, bonfires in the haze. Standing tall now, your feet are on the ground. You fought your demons, nothing breaks you down. The tide is changing, floods are coming clear to see. The page is turning, can you feel this energy? Light breaks through the darkness, they are fires in the night. Nothing can break us when we rise. We run on the edge and across the flames. The world we knew is not the same. Feel your soul, feel your desire. Walk through the fire. Leave the space and watch it burn. Let the king and queen return. See the sun so bright and high.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and that was another victory for the horse.
Hecarim looking better and better. We're starting to see some of our top jungle players pick it here in the LCK. It was played by a lot of junglers earlier on, wasn't finding that level of success that we're seeing this week, but finally, with global champions like the Twisted Fate, really early ganks, we're finally seeing this Hecarim pick work out, also scooping up the kills, picking up 80 carries. It feels a little bit like when we had that Udyr Hecarim meta back in spring, just really, really strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff, being able to play out that early game very well. I'm really glad that we had that debate going and having a look at the draft here. We did have the debate on the caster desk between Valdez and Chronicler about should you leave up the Rise or the Twisted Fate? And I think when you've got a dude named Fate, pretty good at playing Twisted Fate, and the guy on the other team has a world skin on the champion, probably take that one away.
I agreed with the choice for Kwangdong on the condition that the Rise was going to have prio in mid most of the time, and there are opportunities with this draft to actually look for picks and be aggressive, especially with the Gwen into the Akali, but they didn't do it. They weren't able to find those, and the top side went very wrong very early, and the positioning there of Keen, where he was actually pushing super deep and got ganked by Canyon, that actually led to a whole myriad of problems, unfortunately, for Kwangdong Freaks.
It certainly did, and this is very against what Keen normally does, right? This is a guy that has our lowest isolated deaths in the league. He's normally very smart, very safe when it comes to pushing that lane, always does put a lot of pressure on. There were some very interesting things that happened this game, though, Wolf. We did have a Chemtech Putrefier purchased by the Twisted Fate. So we can have a look at it right here. It was purchased relatively late, so unfortunately I could not bring up the graphic for you guys. I think it's quite difficult for Twisted Fate to utilize the Grievous Wounds, but it does have ability power and ability haste, and ability haste is exactly what Twisted Fate wants. There has been a bit of a call to use this instead of Morellonomicon and things like that, but it's just an interesting bit of tech that Showmaker.
Yeah, it's a really different way to approach things. I don't think it's the first time we've seen it, but I think it's the first time we've really talked about it here in the LCK. And I like that players are actually thinking outside of the box here, using gold efficiency for the stats you want rather than the actual unique passive of the item.
And also not looking at that big gold efficiency number and thinking that must be exactly the number that I should be paying attention to. Because sometimes you want ability haste more than you want health, even if they're both going into the number the same way. Let's have a look at our first highlight here, as we do have once again the good old Stallion montage. I love it.
This is where Kayn is literally in turret aggro range when his jungler is very far away from him. In a matchup where if you push up this far, you will get punished by a Hecarim is so strong in the early game. And that really hurt the tempo here of Kwangdong Freaks. So now we're starting to see Twisted Fate has a lot of agency to control the bottom side of the map. This is the second time that Canyon has a successful gank here, this time in tandem with the Twisted Fate. He does it a third time here to punish Teddy. Nice flash over the wall. This is really a Kellen highlight more than anything else, but all three of these plays in the early game for Kwangdong take away Ryze's agency. Even though he had mid-prio, it didn't lead to anything. You didn't have control of either the top side or the bottom side of the map. And it does just beg the question, okay, maybe Ryze in that situation where he has the prio can get an advantage is the better pick and why Kwangdong picked it. But it is Showmaker on the other side. It's also Canyon on the other side.
Yeah, and this was one of the matchups that we were highlighting earlier. Canyon versus LM seems like a steep hill to climb. Let's have a look at our final highlight here of basically the game-winning team fight.
Yeah, this is the end of the game here, is Damwon Kia just easily able to punish Teddy, who's in a really, really greedy spot. The cool part about this fight was that it looked like for the first time in this whole game, Kwangdong Freaks might be able to turn this into something, but no. Canyon's able to get on top of Teddy here for what was, I believe, the third time this game, where he's just isolated on his own, trying to peel away from the rest of the hard engage that Damwon Kia have, because you and I were talking about it in the draft. I was worried about this Akali pick because I wondered, will she ever be able to get to the Aphelios? There's not a ton of peel, but when he's isolated like this several times on attempted turns from Kwangdong Freaks, or he's up really far in the lane, trying to get that farm, trying to catch up, then he's open. He's completely vulnerable.
Yeah, it was, unfortunately, at that point in time, you can't really blame Teddy too much. We heard this on the cast as well, was the fact that they were circling the drain regardless of sort of how it was working. So wanting to try and fight for that mid pressure, but honestly, at that point in time, Damwon Kia were just too far ahead. Let's have a look at the Canyon of the game, or the player of the Canyon. There he is. Hecarim picks it up, 1,100 POG points, and players have won with less.
Yeah, we've seen players win with like 700, 800. He might get 1,200 tonight. You and I were joking about it earlier, but after the performance we saw in Game 1, I wouldn't be surprised. And I think there was an argument for a split vote here. Showmaker had a great game on the TF. Kellen also on this.
Yeah, Kellen was fantastic.
Like on the bottom side on the Recon, he was just non-stop setting up plays and did so all game long.
Hurdle past the Keen test at the same time.
Yeah.
So good news there, but it was largely to do with this guy just riding up and putting his team on his back.
What's so cool about this is because for a long time we were really worried about this Hecarim pick. We weren't super sold on it. We knew what it was capable of. But I'm just glad to see that over the past few best of threes here in the LCK, we're really starting to see it actually pop off, and why it's been highly prioritized despite a low win rate, and why teams are actually seeing success with it in scrims. We're now hitting that success in the actual games.
Yeah, and I think people are understanding that the scrims, to translate the success that you had there, you have to play with the same level of aggression. And with an early game champion like the Hecarim, being able to do that is definitely fantastic, as we have some 1,100 fans here. But ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for us. Let's throw it over to the boys on the desk for game number 2.
Thank you, Chairman of the Carpet Space, once again for that awesome breakdown. And yeah, I think everybody found the Canyon button and they know how to press it now. The guy did so much work in the early game, especially on that horse, and he found all of the relevant engages later on in the game. But overall, just a good performance. It felt like Damwon were really playing as a team.
What the best part about this is?
More polar bear.
Oh yeah.
Thumbnails.
Oh yeah. You know where my mind is going, because if you're if you're unaware, Damwon Kia's Twitter always releases whenever Canyon gets POG, which is it's really often.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. I mean, it's literally the most within the entirety of the LCK. They release an image of a polar bear with like some elements of the champion that he's playing, and I am already excited because
it's a Hecarim polar bear.
I assume so.
How is that possible?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's holding like the... it's not quite an axe. I want to say phalanx that is being used by Hecarim. As... Well, for Kwangdong Freaks to pull it back after the first one, we're going to have to see a really big pivot in draft. Because otherwise, I think that we might see a repeat of game number 1 here. I don't think that you can expect to match Damwon Kia in early, because even with that draft that had all the tools necessary, they got outmatched, they got outplayed, so a little bit more scaling would suit them well. But this is Kwangdong. They're not quite Live Sandbox when it comes to drafting aggression, but they are a big fan of the more proactive game plan, but the execution not always there.
Yeah, absolutely. As they have chosen the blue side here, once again, makes sense. They're going to start off with a Caitlyn ban instead of a Karma ban, so we might see a Karma on the left open. Maybe they want to select a Karma and go for something like that. You might just want to ban away the TF as well if you're not going to pick it. I think that would be a fantastic choice. As Karma gets banned away and we're having the same draft, Hecarim is going to be their target ban this time, so Lee Sin available.
But now it's Damwon, you do the same thing. You ban you ban Xin Zhao, and then they lock Lee. I guess locking Lee would then be the best answer for Kwangdong, because if you pick TF or Ryze, then Damwon will get Lee and the other one, and that's not good. That's not what you want in any scenario, I personally think. So hopefully Kwangdong will then be able to get Elim on that Lee Sin. But to be completely honest, Elim isn't really the jungler when I think of Lee, right? I think Elim has been on his best on more supportive picks, more facilitating picks, like for example the Poppy.
Here comes the TF.
This is the correct choice, 100%. But it's still not a choice I'm going to feel great about, to be completely honest.
You're giving TF for free.
I know, but otherwise, this is the problem. Would you rather give just TF, or would you and then have Lee Sin Ryze, or would you give both, like one or the other?
Yeah, I mean, both choices are not good. I think it comes down to the way that they have banned up until this point is really the issue.
Yeah.
I think both of us are on the same page with our frustration with Kwangdong Freaks' drafting patterns.
You can just leave open the Caitlyn and the Karma, right? And then maybe Damwon ban it, and then you have to adapt, that's fine. But like these picks kind of neutralize each other, and you're blue side, so the enemy should never get both. Because, yeah, this is just, I don't know if it's going to be Ryze or TF. I'd say TF again. I think that there's no reason not to put Showmaker on the champion for the second time in a row. But, looks like they want to go for the Ryze instead. Interesting. Do rate that above the TF.
Even the Korean casters a bit surprised by that pick, especially after, you know, everything we've said about Showmaker's TF. But this time it will be the Ryze to go alongside of the Jinx. And that does mean that Fate, with a big smile on his face, might be going for the TF.
Really should. Really should. TF Lee, very, very strong. Amazing setup. Uncanny ability to isolate picks.
He looks very happy. That's all I'll say. Aphelios does get picked here. Definitely could have some trimming out of the support pool away from Kwangdong Freaks now, if you are on the side of Damwon Kia.
I think you want to look for a jungler for Canyon here. There's a number of possibilities. Obviously, Jarvan is available, which I actually think would be really nice in the Kwangdong Freaks. What you have so far. Don't even have to be worried about the Thresh. You can ban it or pick it for yourself, but this is notable. Instead, they're going to lock themselves in the Gwen here, and notable, of course, that this is a flex. This can also go to Canyon, and I do quite like that. I think it adds to the flexibility of Damwon Kia, but a lot of other power picks that are now going to be available for the takeaway here, or for the ban away, rather. But
yeah. It's just very interesting the amount of priority we're seeing over the Gwen, especially when I feel like in recent times it hasn't been performing very well. I mean, it's good, it's not awful, but the other part of this is that, of course, you do get to ban away some top lane picks, but really the one issue I have is that you're focusing a lot of your draft power onto Bertle rather than Canyon. Now, as you said, it can be flexed into the jungle. That's generally not something we see nowadays. So if I were Damonki, I'd be like, okay, let's try to get Canyon onto something he's really comfortable on. If that's the Jarvan, if that's the, I don't know, Viego, anything that is left available. But maybe with the already kind of trimmed champion pool in the jungle, perhaps they wanted to take a different direction.
Could be a Tryndamere ban here, and then the Graves remains a possibility for Damwon Kia. But it's going to be the fresh ban away, leading me to believe that Damwon Kia are probably going to opt for the Leona here to provide themselves with the initiation that so many teams have loved. Or you pick the Rakan, but obviously Rakan blind is always going to feel a little bit dicey. It is a pick that can definitely be punished. Then again, with Nautilus and Fresh already banned away, maybe you're perfectly fine picking the Rakan here. I don't expect Hoy to suddenly whip out something like a Pike to really try and go all in, go find the aggression that I think you're going to need if you want to punish the sub-bot laning phase of that pick. And Quagno Freak's clearly very much convinced that this is a topside Gwen, but we don't know yet. Rakan here, honestly, big fan. I think Callan had a really good game. I don't expect Quagno Freaks to go for an aggressive punish here. They're probably just going to pick Leona into it, and that is not the best look, but it's what I expect to have happen here. Oh, okay.
Alistair
Like
being hovered. Not selected just yet. Set. Also a consideration, I suppose. Definitely pretty good at engaging himself and some counter-engage. The Leona is the very obvious choice, and he will select it here once again. What is going to be the choice now for the top side? I suppose it could be Lee Sin, but not Rascal in this game. As Tryndamere.
Okay. You know what I'm going to ask for. I know this champion doesn't exist within our league. It's a great Malphite spot. I'm just saying. Could do it here. You know? Just a suggestion.
Bertle's playing.
It's good into Tryndamere. All right, it's really good into immobile AD carries.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nocturne is locked in. Someone get Vedius on the phone. Not sure, you know, I suppose it could go top, it could go jungle. Let's wait and see where it will be locked in. As, again, much like Gen G in Game 2 against Nongshim, they kind of went for a very aggressive draft, something we don't see all the time. I feel like we're getting a little bit of that energy here from Damwon, like they could have gone for a very straightforward draft, but instead we get this.
Key thing here, of course, is that Nocturne has a great time into the TF specifically because a lot of the value of the pick gets negated. And I actually, honestly, I don't think Nocturne is necessarily in the best of spots. Champion is just okay. Also going to be very interesting what pick we're going to see here, what kind of rune choice and item builds, because there are a lot of options. Obviously, you can go full lethality. You know, the Duskblade, the Prowler's Claw, or you can go for a more bruisery build. But it is definitely a bit of a gauntlet throw, because I think the 1-3-1 composition from Quagno Freaks up until that Nocturne pick was looking really good. You have a great 3-man unit, you have a strong side laner. Would I have liked the Malphite? Absolutely. I think it would have been devastatingly strong. But the champion doesn't exist. And instead, we get a really fun composition of Damwon Kia as well. 2 AP side laners, one of which has a semi-global ultimate augmented by a Nocturne. And if you thought the Hecarim dive was bad, well, I think Canyon's going to try and redo that on this Nocturne here in the next game. Has Callan for backup as well.
I think that's exactly it. This time it's Nocturne and Rakan rather than Hecarim and Rakan. And it has that extra bonus of being good against TF. So just like you were saying, I think just a lot of thought put into this draft from the side of Damwon Kia about how exactly they are going to pull apart the Kwangdong Freaks.
Like the adaptation from Birdo Hill, going for Ghost and Ignite. Not opting into the teleport, knowing that Keen is not going to pick that up himself. Key thing here, for me, is going to be those early levels in topside, because I do really think that, and this goes all the way back to Worlds, where Birdle made a couple of mistakes. There were big ones, but there were relatively few against Arle in the game against LNG. And then he got Flame Horizon, like what felt like 5 minutes later. And it was a really bad time. And we saw the Gwen matchup already, the level 1 being pushed really nicely by Keen earlier on as well. It's going to be one of the things that you can't really have happen in this matchup. If you fall behind, you are in deep trouble, even with the advantage, as I think this is a really nice invade. Well done by Kwangdong, definitely.
I love the emote game from Kellen, though.
Yeah.
Got to shout him out. I think that was fantastic. There's a lot of damage going into Elm right now. You see that Duck Tom is just focusing him down, and there's the knock-up now onto Hoyt for the
level
Smite.
2.
Smite will go down to Ellen, though, as the flash will come in. Canyon looking for more. He's going to trade his own flash for a couple of the enemies. And we'll see where he does return to after that. No flash here on Hoyt.
And the benefits of this are delaying a Nocturne's level 6 are obviously a really, really nice boom. Like this from Kwangdong, although it felt a little dicey, and Hoyt not having his flash is unfortunate. It's not the end of the world either. Don't expect the Jinx Rakan to really be able to punish you. And I think it's a great way for Kwangdong to make sure that this Nocturne is going to have a little bit of a rougher time. I wonder whether Canyon is going to look for a 1v1 as Kellen. A little bit damage.
Yes, that is Kellen.
Yes.
You are correct.
I'm sorry, Valdez. I thought I was going to be polite. I was going to give you the opportunity.
Nah, no need. Here's a knock-up as Hoyt is dead. Teddy in a little bit of trouble as well. He has to flash away as an unfortunate mistake, getting a little bit too close to the tower. Ended up on the other side of Duck Dom, and he got punished.
That's not good. That is kind of heartbreaking, I'm not going to lie. Because that lane would have been completely fine. And you would have been able to maybe find some pressure points there. The one saving grace is that Teddy didn't die, but the wave is frozen, and he's not going to be able to get any of this CS. And Dogdom didn't get the kill, but like, if I feel like I'm reaching for upsides, that's why you know the situation is real bad, Valdez. That's not a good sign.
Chronicler's generally very good with pulling out all the positive, bright side of things rather than the opposite side. But this time, not too good on that one. Hoyt, he's trying to make up for it, but nobody is coming mid at this point in time. Can't get a gank either. As Duck Dom is slowly pushing it back, he's going to be in a lovely position himself.
Of course, repercussion is that Canyon is still on the back foot. Is going to be denied the double scuttle. So that is something that Kwangdong is using very, very nicely. Even with this kill on bot side, isn't really going to change it. And that first paranoia is always a really big one. Going to have a big impact whether or not that one is successful, because either you start the snowball that the Nocturne does so incredibly well with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is just
good breakdown, Chronicler.
I don't want to break that down, Val. That just hurts. You know, that's the downside of Zenith Blade is you will not go for the first target you hit. You will go as far as the blade will take you, and unfortunately for Hoyt, the blade took him way too far, and he was very, very unhappy. As opportunity here, Birdle not suspecting this one. Wave in a really awkward spot.
Canyon is coming up here.
Close, and there is a Ghost and an Ignite.
Now they're trying to get onto Birdle here as he will just dash away. LM not comfortable to jump into that one. The Ignite went down onto Keen, so he had to back away. As thankfully Canyon is not level 6. Otherwise, there would have been a lot more damage up in that top side.
Bit of a win-win for Canyon there. I thought he was going to actually help shove out the wave here for Birdle and also soak XP. But Canyon is a nice jungler. Even when put by... I think most junglers would have taxed that wave. They're like, give me the XP. I was invaded level 1, man.
Yeah.
I just want to hit level 6, but No such thing here. Gonna give everything to Birdle, and this is a really big turning point. That could have been a kill. That could have been a bit more of a disaster. Oh, that ward.
I mean,
he's learning.
Them wards being used there as Canyon is here, trying to force the ult out of Keen. Not quite going to get that done as, ooh, a little bit of extra damage there on the backside.
Cool Showmaker. He's on his way.
Yeah, he is. And this should be called out from Fate. But they're staying. Still ultimate available on Keen. You can see they're not looking to dive or anything like that, so they're still taking their time with this one. TF also on the way up to the top side. Fate with the Destiny Gate available. Needles will come out here just to clear the wave, as Bertle says, I want out.
And I think this is the right call. That would have been an incredibly volatile attempt at a setup. Could have lost either team. Well, not the game, but definitely put them in a really, really awkward situation. And Birdle really going to be the big benefactor as Teddy.
Oh, he's caught out here. But who is catching who? The bait comes in as Kellen is looking for the kill. He's not going to get it as this will be turned around. Teddy won't be able to get the kill himself, but he will survive as only Duckdown will go down.
Maybe Canyon would have hit level 6 if not for all these shenanigans in bot side. There's Paranoia available almost. He's going to be able to double clear here, but I'm sure that Kwangdong should know this as well. Should not get baited in by this. Showmaker holding the wave. And again, note the experience that Canyon would have had. Not even a Grump going to give him level 6, and that's going to be the end of that play. Really nice counter that by Kwangdong.
Yeah, very nicely done. Right there on time was Fate. This is part of the reason why we were a little bit confused about the choice in game number 1 to go for the Rise over the TF, especially with Fate being on your team. But either way, he's able to get it done this time around, exerting that global pressure with this pick. Canyon finally level 6. He's actually ahead on CS now against the Lee Sin. So we'll see where he decides to use that first Paranoia. It's definitely one of the big moments, you know, kind of in the way of the Sejuani, where you have a jungler who's looking to hit level 6 and it has a very low cooldown on their game-changing ultimate. But if they can't get a big win off of that ultimate, generally you fall behind because you have to wait a long time and you had to scale up to level 6 in the first place. As we're going to have this very, you know, standard nowadays kind of trade Rift Herald for plates here.
Teddy in the bot side. I wonder whether they want to go and commit to a full-on lane swap. Feeling that way with Birdle, getting his back cancelled. Pretty nicely done. That might mean an extra plate for Teddy. But I do think this might very well be a first turret bot going over. I don't think that Keen can defend this. Fate doesn't have his ultimate available. And this is looking like, sure, you get the Mountain Drake. Teddy might get another plate, but pretty sure that this turret might go down, although they activate it very early, so don't want to take the risk.
Now they're still trying to get that ult out of Keen, but no dice just yet. Looking like potentially 3 plates here in the back, especially with the rotation coming out from Kwangdong Freaks. Duckdom able to get a decent sum of those plates. Decent portion of that. So yeah, not an entire turret here, but definitely going to be a low turret. Couple plates left over, and that will be that.
Canyon has gone for the lethal tempo. Looking like he might want to go towards lethality, but of course, Corford's Wellhammer builds into so much items. I'm going to actually know until we see the itemization. And this is just a perfect example of, look, Twisted Fate and Rise both making their way over, and Twisted Fate showing us why, as we both feel like should have been prioritized over the Rise. Of course, haven't really seen the type of skirmishes where Rise excels as well, so we'll keep our judgment reserved until we see that. As overall game state, much more even than the previous game, and the Kwangdong Freaks, unlike the first game, I think, having a pretty nice 1-3-1, no matter what the time is going to be, although I would be a little bit worried that Nocturne, especially in the hands of someone like Canyon, can have a really big impact even in the later stages of the game.
Look at the biggest difference in gold. It's actually in the support role. You don't see that every day. Just wanted to point that out, that Kellen is very far ahead because he did, of course, pick up, I believe that was First Blood.
Yeah, and the plates on top as well.
Yeah, there you go.
He's rich.
It's rich support right there.
And it's going to be Goredrinker here. I think that it's quite nice into multiple short-range characters, obviously.
Engage here onto Duckdom. He doesn't quite have his flash. It's about 10 seconds away, and he is so dead. Just insanely dead. As Fate is trying to get in there, he will not be able to take out the support. It's a lot used to get the kill, but it's still a great kill that they are able to feed over.
And Canyon hasn't actually been able to find a single Paranoia yet. The flip side of this, of course, is that Showmaker will be able to pick up a play, but you'll trade that as Kwangmong Freaks any time of the day, I do think. And this Rise and Nocturne combo not quite working out here, as you're pointing out. Yeah, that is unfortunately a flash that is not available for Duckdom, and that's basically the end of it. Even with Void not on level 6, he is easily able to connect to the Xenoblade, and with the Destiny Gate, Kwangmong know that Canyon is on his way, and they will respect him accordingly. And thus far, much better game here from Kwangmong, and might make a much more interesting mid-game as Goredrinker now picked up for Canyon. And we will need to start to see some of the impact of this Nocturne, right? And even the Rise, who is currently winning heal and cleanse, which is quite funny. Well,
Flash comes in, and well, we do have Rakan, and this time Canyon's here in the right place. Duckdom will survive for now, but then just gets kicked in the back. So not a very fun experience for him, as Elam is still alive in the backside, as finally Showmaker will make his way over and take him out. So a 2-for-1 in favor of Damwon after the aggressive play onto poor Duckdom, who's 0-3.
Yeah, after I want to say Teddy experience in game number 1, which was not great. Duckdom is on the receiving end of it this time around. And he's like, yeah, I like Rakan. It's really good for engaging, but guys, I have no peel. I have no peel. Who's keeping me safe? And the answer, unfortunately, for him is no one. And one might wonder whether picking up the Jinx early and then not drafting around at all is going to be the most effective way to utilize the character when champions like Jhin, champions like Ezreal are available. But that is a question for another day, another game, as second Drake would actually be quite big here for Kwangmong. If they can get 2 Drakes early on, can also mitigate some of the side laning pressure that Damwon can put up otherwise. Duckdom, of course, no flash.
Yeah, he's not in the most fun position. As this top lane, you can see that Keen is having more and more of a fun time. Still working on building that first item out here. But yeah, just chipping away at the plates as we continue on this game. You know, as there's so much action elsewhere on the map, it's just a quiet 1v1 that Keen is having a fun time in the top side. This is going to feel very good for the side of the Kwangmong Freaks.
Yeah, Keen just straight up proxying at this point. Now wonder whether they actually are going to contest this Drake. Looks like they will choose to do so. Lich King now available, and once Riftmaker becomes there for Birdle, it becomes a different type of matchup, but still Keen playing it out very nicely. Taking control of the pit here, but
yeah,
who's going to press the buttons first?
TF coming in, but the Paranoia immediately available, and it's smited away! Immediately, Elam is able to take that down as we are draining in the bottom side. Canyon will finally go down, but Teddy, too far in the front, will be chipped away, and now Duckdom has that front line, lands the zap, and is going to force a cleanse from the unsealed spellbook to come out of Fate. At the same time, it was Keen getting a turret in the top side, as the Dragon did also go to Kwangmong.
And looking again at the unfortunate Duckdom experience. Fortunately for him, he was avenged rather fruitfully by the rest of his team. And key thing here, of course, is that Kalin finds a multi-man knockup, right? Like, this steal is really nicely done. But then, look at this. That is a very unfortunate scenario. And even with Canyon going as low as he does, he is completely fine to just soak damage. It's the bounces of Showmaker combined with Duckdom getting excited that do the real damage there. But again, this is a different type of game from the previous one, because while that was happening, Keen got the topside turret for himself as well. We also see that a lot of gold goes towards the Rise, which, as we know, base damages are good, but into the late game, you'd much rather have that money on a more relevant character. The Kwangmong Freaks are standing up very, very nicely. but then they are greeted by something that only a single person in the LCK truly enjoys. Which is a Cloud Soul.
Cloud Soul is back, only for number 2 games.
Cloud Soul 2.
Yeah.
Back
Electric
with a
Boogaloo.
vengeance. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Alice. It's very nice.
Fun. Love it.
Yeah, but Damakia, they are pushing here in the mid lane. Looks like they will get a very nice timing to just chip away at that mid turret. Looked like Showmaker was really giving a hard time to Fade down on the bottom side and pushing in that lane as well. One very good thing for Kwangmo Freaks is that Keen is 2 levels ahead of Brittle. Make that 1 as he does come into the lane to collect this wave. But still, that Tryndamere is still feeling good. Still waiting on the Rift Maker here for Bertle.
Yeah, that's the key item. That's where a lot of Gwen's matchup really start to change. But even then, there is outplay potential, and that's really important to mention. Because even with the Ignite advantage that Bertle does have, you got to actually hit your needles, right? And you got to time it well. You got to make sure that you get him so low that he is forced to use his ultimate relatively early, and then you can actually use the sustain. I don't know. For Bertle, that might be a bit of a tough ask. Don't know if he wants to go for a Cosmic Drive or if he's going to go for the Zhonya's, which active isn't that great against Tryndamere, but of course the armor is, especially when combined with the plated steel caps. And wonder what the avenues are going to be here, because I think this is going to be kind of a disjointed game when it comes to straight up 5v5. I would say that Dom and Kia have the edge, but I can guarantee you these fights are going to be weird, they're going to be wacky, because there is 2 types of backline dive on both sides, but there's also a lot of globals, and then there is like the really big combos that are available as well. So it's just a lot, and it should be a lot of chaos, and that is something where I think Damwon are, again, not as sharp as they used to be. This was the type of game that you'd be like, oh, this is the freest win ever for Damwon, right? Like, they'll just out-execute them, and I don't know if that's going to be the case. It could very well be, but it's definitely not a given, and I think that this game, although it is not as full of action as we might want, we haven't had to talk about Herbs just yet. Which, if that's
not yet.
If that's a
we can always
win or
get
a loss,
into that later.
Showmaker.
That's a nice amount of burst damage with the rocket coming on over. Showmaker is very tanky at this point. Heal forced to be used as Paranoia. They're going in onto Tryndamere, and Keen a little bit caught off guard by this. The immediate collapse comes in as he'll just press his Ghost and say, I don't know about that, guys. I am a Tryndamere sitting on Cloud Rift with Ghost and Flash and my ult, so not too much going to amount of using that Paranoia.
Key thing here is that 3 ultimates were used by Damakia. Of course, Realm Mob, not the greatest ultimate in terms of straight-up battles. Might be enough for Damakia to decide not to opt into fighting here. Do still have needles as well as the quickness available. Oh, Showmaker.
He's not worried at all. He's just running straight at them.
No, he doesn't care.
He's got his 2-item tank spike. Nice. And yeah, he's very tanky. Also has
he does damage
a
at this
stopwatch.
build. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's got that going for himself. He's kind of an immovable object. This Fate is being very annoying here. No magic shield that time around for Canyon. Trying to make some plays here onto Bertle as he will just sit here in his mist. They're all grouping up for this one. Not sure about that as the ultimate will come out from Keen. And the rest of Damakia say, okay, well, we got the ultimate. That's down, and the rocket is going to kill him! Duck Dom with the snipe from way over the wall. Just going to eliminate him immediately, and that makes it a 5v4. And because it is a Cloud Drake, will Kwangmo Freaks even stick around? They are nearby as, well, not a full commit, and that will be the Cloud Drake going to Damo.
Infernum Soul early, of course, not doing a whole lot. As, oh boy.
He's trying to get on in there, but he has Exhaust.
Hey.
So, get Flash and Exhaust. It's a good trade for Canyon.
Yeah, he'll take it any time, of course. Unsealed Spellbook going to make that a little bit less horribly feeling, but you're still going to be out of one of those summoners as, yeah, this is the faded collapse onto a Gwen that still has W and funneling into a Rakan as well. And it doesn't go great, but this could have still, I think, been a position from where Damonkia could have still somehow found a loss, but no, Dokdam snipes, and with Keen dead, there is no question as to who that Drake goes to. And it's really interesting. This game still, to me, very much feels like even footing because a single Drake doesn't really change the equation. And it's starting to feel more and more like what can Dokdam do in these fights? And then you look at the enemy team and you're like, it shouldn't be able to do that much. But as I mentioned earlier, I think a lot of these fights are going to be extremely messy and going to be decided by which carry gets found first. Because if you don't have Flash and you're either of them, you're dead. Like, it's just, even if you do have Flash, if Tryndamere or Gwen are actually on top of you, then you're probably still dead. So neither of them are going to have a good time. And that's where I'd have to give the edge to the Damonkia comp. I do think that the availability for Birdle, or rather just Gwen existing, in team fights later is going to have a much bigger impact than Tryndamere. Also, is Canyon actually going Frozen Heart? Because I would love that. It's an item that I think is extremely underrated. The passive is so valuable against Kwangdong with Teddy, Fate, Ellen, and Keen all hating it. If it turns out to be a Randuin's after all, I will be very sad. I just want to have said that up front. As I feel like this is a hurt moment because I don't think we're going to see any action until the Drake spawns, Valdez.
You were talking about being underrated, and all I could think about was Dill. I kind of lost track of what you were saying after that. Just started thinking back.
Are you that big on Dale?
No, not really. I just think that
it doesn't get the appreciation.
It doesn't get the appreciation. You know, like I'm not a huge Frozen Heart fan, but I can see where there are times where you would like to use it more often than it actually gets used. You know.
So Frozen Heart is Dale.
Yeah.
Gold Drinker is Basil?
Yeah. Well, for bruisers, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely. I feel like Riot actually did a pretty good job with the mage items overall. I feel like we have good variety here, at least in pro play. I guess Everfrost would be the most popular in pro nowadays, just based off of the meta champions that we see all the time, not just the situation in this game.
Canyon, what's that ruby crystal? What's that doing there?
He just wanted extra health. It's nothing at all.
Tell me it's not going to be a Randuin's, Valdez. Oh, this is the classic Birdle trap.
Okay, they're trying to get onto the Gwen, but Canyon is right here as the Ghost is used. They're trying to just dive as fast as possible. The damage trying to come out here, but Keen has to go into his ultimate. As the Paranoia was used, and the rocket is blocked. Fate is going to jump in front of that one. Otherwise, Keen might have been seeing deja vu. Those side lane plays, those side lane plays aren't really amounting to too much, though.
That's the beauty of it. Because there is so much counter globals available, that it kind of feels like no one has globals, and it's just two global compositions kind of smashing their heads into one another, and like nothing's really amounting to anything. And it's going to be until one of the two teams really finds like a specific pickoff on a high-value target like Birdle, or as we saw previously, in case of Keen, just forcing his ultimate is enough, because Tryndamere is so reliant on that ultimate to actually have an impact in team fights because of the innate squishiness of the champion, although he did go Hullbreaker, so he's not as squishy as one might hope. As, okay, everything's fine. Showmaker built the Frozen Heart instead. So everything's okay. Which, honestly, now that I think about it, is definitely the better choice because he's right.
There you go.
So, actually, thank you, Domon, from saving me from my own mistakes. I appreciate it a lot. But it was built, and that's a victory nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely is. I mean, you could say that maybe Canyon will get into an easier position to get that aura off onto the back line, you know?
I mean, it's Rise, right? So I think it'll be fine.
It should be fine.
And of course, Canyon is going to go for the Randuin's, which is still a valuable item as Collapse.
A lot of slows.
No, maybe?
We just want to see where the enemies are.
That's a turret for Keen. He'll take it.
Yeah.
Turret for Drake. It is, you know, it's Cloud Drake, so 5 more minutes until the next one. No, Keen's just going to say hello.
Yeah, I think you're
Wave
exactly right.
Wave
where
with his big sword.
both teams are just like, well, if I Destiny the top lane, it's Gwen, first of all, but then Ryze is just going to Realm Warp.
Yeah, and then Canyon presses,
Yeah.
Canyon presses
Canyon's
R,
going to press
and then,
R.
Like, and then I don't know what happens, and it's kind of scary, and I don't want that.
And it's the same thing on the other side where Domin are like, I mean, well, if we make a big play, like the Tryndamere's going to survive, and then TF is going to get there, they're eventually going to, like, he can survive for so long. Like, both of these side laners are so good at surviving. Same case for the Ryze and the TF as well. You know, maybe TF is like the easiest target out of all four to try to pick off and then go for an objective, but even he's not easy. You know, if you don't land that stun at the right time, it can be difficult. He has Everfrost. He has a nice amount of range on you. He has Stopwatch. Zhonya's now, so it's not easy for either team to really get any pickoffs. And because neither team is really setting up for big team fights either, we're kind of just sitting here.
The more I think about it, though, I do have to give a edge to Damwon Kia in like late game scenarios that obviously anything can happen there, especially with these comps where just one person being out of position can effectively end the game, which very anticlimactic, could very much happen in this scenario, is that Damwon Kia have an actual spread of damage. Dokdam now finishes his Infinity Edge, and both him and Birdle being actual sources of damage is something that is going to really suit them well. Whereas if you look at Kwangdong, Keen is forced to build a Cyril's Grudge third here because their only source of AP is a TF. And as we know, TF, unless he's monstrously far ahead, does negligible amounts of AP damage, so you don't really need to itemize them at all. So, and everyone in Damwon Kia, as you can see, is Steel Caps, Rendwins, Zhonya's, Frozen Heart.
Only Jinx.
Like, yeah, well, and that's
it's Jinx.
That's Jinx. Yeah. So, especially with Guild Force and Summoners up, as I guess we're waiting. Maybe this is the action we've been waiting for.
It's kind of funny. We just sat here and talked about a lot of things, and then the Baron got started. Okay, they do have a nice amount of damage, but again, with Kwangdong around, they're going to keep it leashed. As Paranoia comes in, they're trying to deny this and just smite it down, and they will with the double smite comes in. As that is going to be Keen going forward. Kellen will barely survive. The ultimate comes out now, and the fear is good to push Keen away. And Damwon, they just sneak the Baron. Well, not even snuck. I mean, they just took it from right on underneath them.
Kwangdong Freaks was standing there. That's up. No, it's your Baron. Oh no, we're actually really afraid. Let's get out of here collectively. And this is honestly a combination of the value of a Nocturne ultimate as well as the one great source of initiation. Hoyt throwing out a Solar Flare being used on Dokdam, who promptly cleanses and is completely fine. And this is another scenario where you do see that if Kwangdong Freaks do not find an actual flank or find a skirmish, because again, that's really the whole name of the game with both these comps, front to back, you're not winning. Because if Damwon Kia can kite back with this comp, well, it's not happening. And that's something that we see here, right? Paranoia makes it so much harder to go for these type of plays. And I don't even think Alan can get into the pit because of the fact he can't ward hop. Not sure if he was in range there, as we see the disengage coming through, and like you can't follow this. Like you can't walk into a Gwen, into a Ryze, and into a Jinx when she's still full health and there's flash available. It just can't be done.
It was just so funny how Damwon they engaged and immediately they're like, oh, well, actually, never mind.
It's a prank.
The kick came in, the Rakan went back to an ally and immediately got Realm Warped out of there with like 0 health, just almost at the snap of a finger. It was just like, oh, okay, I guess we're just getting out of there. And now they have Baron with the Jinx. Hey, feeling pretty good about this. Lots of dive if they ever want to pull the trigger and you know, press all their buttons at the same time.
No, we don't do that. We play it slow. And honestly, again, I can completely understand the position here. Damwon Kia, this is what you need to avoid.
Okay, they're trying to get on in here. The Realm Warp for Showmaker to join on up. Destiny Gate will not get too much value as he's going mid. Okay.
Hey, that's a third Drake for Damwon. That's something, I guess. I don't quite know what. No, it's all point for Dalmon, and I think that especially with the kite back that we mentioned previously, this is actually a very valuable Drake. Kwangdong has a short-range team composition. Showmaker just looks at them and says, "I'm tank, Rise. What are you on about?"
Throws a blue ball of magic at him. He's like, "Take this."
And they're like, "Okay, well, I don't want any of that. I'll go home.
Forget
I'm
about
sorry."
it.
Oh, he has Stoneblade now as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just sitting there waiting for that. Got the money. He's sitting on a stopwatch.
And Stoneblade. I wonder what he's going to go next.
Guardian Angel, of course.
Well, honestly, I just like more health. I wouldn't mind a Ren wins, although at that point you start stacking a lot of passives, so it's not the most gold efficient. Maybe it's Warmox. Just get health.
Oh wow. Okay. I think he's just gonna build Zhonya's, right? Like.
I mean, maybe.
Isn't that just?
Maybe.
I don't know, because if by any chance he does get jumped on,
does he need more survivability?
He just immediately goes for that.
Maybe he just goes Death Cap or Void. Void Staff's probably really good here, actually. I don't know. I mean, this game is messing with my brain valve. It's such a.
It's definitely a little bit non-standard.
Yeah.
Not
I feel like
your average game.
Consistently, things feel like they should be happening, but then they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on the matter?
I still think that Dalmon are just playing as clean as possible, you know? And they are going to collapse onto the Tryndamere, but he's immediately going to get away. It's again,
have to ghost.
It's just nobody can engage on that anymore. It's just so hard.
Huh?
It's so difficult. Like
hard? No.
He almost landed a card. And yeah, I mean, it's nobody can engage on anyone, but Dalmon are getting little wins here and there.
Yeah, they
and Kwangdong are not really getting anything.
No.
So it's like little by little, as hard as it is, Dalmon are getting ahead. And that's about it. Like, they're doing it without getting any kills either. Like, they got the Baron and ran away, and then they pushed bot, and then they ran away.
Honestly, would love a Rylai's buy from Birdle here. Just to be even more obnoxious, help with the kite back. What he's actually going to build is a much better item, which is Nashor's Tooth, which provides you with a lot of power. Obviously, Gwen very auto-attack reliant, and the item is very, very nice in a side lane. As it's
God, he's literally standing there. Okay, he started moving.
He's just standing there menacingly.
I know.
What do we do?
So scary. Kellen is okay.
What?
There's like one person in the audience clapping. They're like, I guess we should clap for that?
I don't know. I don't think.
Chronicler, what's happening?
I don't.
Can you please?
I don't think they thought that everyone was there.
Yeah.
You can hard engage. Keen is top. Yeah. Oh wait, you don't have a con anymore. Never mind. You can't hard engage.
Yeah. Don't do it now. Okay. Never mind. Just kidding. They're just gonna kill Teddy here as he's in the front. He has heal, and so he's just dead. Can't get out of the 2-second route. And doesn't even get to use his flash. As now we do have Keen coming on in. He is going to get rooted up. Flash away from Ductile, but here comes Keen looking for that kill. But he will not get the kill. And that's the final kill going to Birdle. As perhaps Dalmon Kia have now done it. They ran out of the Baron, but they're still just going to push in. The ace comes through, and I think they've finally done it, Chronicler.
Everyone, you can go back to tending the herb garden. The game is over, and it was a wild, wacky, and wonderful adventure. I think Kwangdong showcasing a lot of the improvements that they've made, but also Dalmon Kia has shown, yes, we lost 0-2 against T1, but can you really hold that against us? Like, come on, give us a break. Get the clean 2-0 victory over Kwangdong Freaks here.
They get it done in the end. A very strange just combination of compositions that go head-to-head. And Dalmon Kia playing very safe. Kwangdong Freaks not really sure what to do. Led to us talking about a myriad of things. But we made it through. And Dalmon Kia will pick up the win at the end of the day. So you can see they do pull off the big bow there as well. And all the fans very happy with this win. I mean, it was just a very strange win, how they did come to the end of that. But a win's a win, I suppose. 2-0. If you're Danny, do you think you feel pretty good about that at the end of the day?
We joked about it a lot because it's one of those weird games where like nothing is really happening. But as I mentioned previously, I do think that it is a combination of partially, of course, Damwon. They're refining confidence. They're still developing as,
Feels birthday, man. Feels birthday, man. Happy birthday. That's a Jinx rocket, I think.
Good for you, Doc.
That said, receive my birthday present on the rocket.
Very cute.
There you go.
Although I don't think a Jinx rocket is a great great gift, but that's a discussion for another time. Partially, this is, I still think, some of the lack of confidence on DK side. I think that if they were in a different position, in a different time, they would probably be a lot more aggressive on it. But also, it was actually the draft, right? With this many globals, things get kind of weird. And a lot of the champions that you want to engage on are extremely slippery. Think about Rakan, think about Tryndamere, think about Twisted Fate. As long as, you know, he has any teammates around him. There's Nocturne as well. So there were a lot of elements. I haven't even talked about Ryze and the fact that Gwen is immune yet, which says it all, really. As unfortunate at start, made this game feel like it would be the same as the previous one, but it really wasn't.
No, we went on a much more
spiritual,
diverse adventure, I would say. And there were some good plays there as well. You see why the TF is very much prioritized. It does eat a loss, actually, this time around, so not going to enjoy as high of a win rate.
Yeah, sure, make it casually, taking both sides of the matchup. And then having a higher impact on both.
Kanya making Nocturne look really good.
I thought it was okay. I think his Hecarim play was very inspiring. I was a really big fan of that. I think his Nocturne play was perfectly adequate. I think that the Nocturne in that position did provide a lot of value, but we can also see that the pick is okay. It's not that great. I thought actually that the level 1 from Kwangdong Freaks was really nice. It was a really good way to try and leverage, but Kwangdong Freaks not actually able to leverage into anything too useful as...
Is this a highlight? Is this where we're going? Let's listen in.
리신 신난다 신난다 너무 신나 너무 신나
Yeah. The audio is always like slightly ahead of the play. So they were doing all those noises when the Tryndamere was saying Tryndamere when he was chasing after.
Help me, it's my birthday.
Yeah. And he lived, you know, he made it at the end.
After also having the authentic A carry experience where you get like dove 3 times in the first 10 minutes of the game, you're just not really able to do anything.
Always having a good time as Showmaker and the boys. As, yeah, some nice damage numbers. Canyon did a very nice amount of damage, a healthy, fun amount of damage on the Nocturne, you could say. The tank Ryze dealing almost as much as the Jinx. The damage numbers didn't really matter in this game because, I mean, Bertle got the most because he was trading the most in his lane.
And he's also Gwen, right? So not only is he immune, he does percentage health damage. It's gonna get you a little bit further ahead.
Yeah, feels pretty good overall. I think that Damwon, this is a good way to get some of their confidence back. You know, they obviously took it a bit slower than they normally would, and I think they can kind of just sit back now, try to rebuild off of this, and just try to continue winning some games and staying on the west side of the bracket. But that's going to do it for us here on the casting desk. Thank you so much, Chronicler, for joining me once again. Thank you guys for joining us on the cast. But now we'll hand it over to Atlas and Wolf for the analyst chairs.
Thank you so much, Valdez, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I am Atlas. This is Wolf. And we just had one of the oldest matchups in the book, good old Twisted Fate into Nocturne. He turns the lights on, the other one turns the lights off. And honestly, what happened was it kind of meant that a lot of the action was subdued.
Yeah, we also had champions like a Tryndamere, a Gwen, the side laners that are very difficult to collapse on and kill, but are also trying to push really far. Felt like we have all these awesome champions. We got both the Ryze and the Twisted Fate. We got the Nocturne and the Tryndamere without any counters on the other side, and you're just sitting there going, well, nothing can happen, though. It was a 4-7 kill score for the longest time ever, and I was watching kind of on the edge of my seat thinking, the longer this goes, the more chances that Kwangdong Freaks have of taking a miracle fight and coming back into the game. They weren't able to do so in the end, but draft looked exciting on paper, but because of the way this was played out by both teams, it was a little bit subdued, and it played out very slowly. Clean game, though, at the end for Damwon Kia in terms of executing on those late game team fights.
Yeah, and this Nocturne into Twisted Fate thing has been something that has happened in the past. Currently, it's 8 versus 6, TF versus Nocturne in whatever lane they've been playing in. Of course, it's played twice in the mid lane, TF versus Nocturne, once in 2012 and the other one in 2020, something like that. It's actually kind of hilarious, the fact that we do have that mid matchup, I guess, over with like an 8-year gap. But the idea of being able to paranoia whenever the Destiny is pressed so that the gate positioning is negated is a really cool one. And I think that that's going to be represented in our first highlight as well. If we can bring that up onto our screen, because Fate presses Destiny, but as soon as paranoia happens, he can't find the backline without working out whether or not he's just straight up going to die when he presses the button.
Damwon Kia also turned this fight extremely well despite losing the Drake, and part of this is due to the fact that they're able to get Rakan on top of Teddy. So Kellen actually sets up this play at the end of it and is able to lock down the AD carry, and at this point, unfortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, there's no taking the fight anymore. So they get a second Drake, which didn't end up amounting to anything because they couldn't actually push their lead further in terms of objective control after that, but it was a great team fight there for Damwon.
It definitely was. And I actually felt like Damwon were playing this game out far better strategically. I felt like last time it was all about ganks. It was all about like creating action. Last time, I mean game number 1, right? That was happening before this. Like it was about how to coordinate team fights and all this sort of stuff. Now it's about how to avoid team fights and taking everything.
Take an objective and get away with it.
Yeah. It's a bit of a heist situation, as I believe we have our second replay here, and this is the Baron fight. It was very funny.
This was basically a real heist here for Damwon Kia. They're on it, they want to look for a turn here, and as you can see, Kwangdong Freaks come through. This is such a crazy escape from Rakan. We saw this earlier where he was able to battle dance after coming here to prevent the turn and subtle collapse from Kwangdong Freaks. So he gets into the realm warp and gets out. But they get away with this, right? And this is another moment where Damwon Kia know how to pinch the final, most important part of the map away, just barely with a little bit of vision control. Baron start there, nice disengage. They get out. It's an emergency situation, right? You're shattering the glass, get the Rakan out of there, but they get out scot-free.
No, it was actually fantastically orchestrated there by Damwon. A great demonstration of the fact that if you're a Nocturne composition and you're even or ahead, then it is very easy to secure these objectives because you get to stop the enemy jungler from knowing what the heck's going on, no matter what kind of wards they've got or anything like that. You just identify where they are, turn the lights off, take yourself your Baron. Okay, this is the final fight. What it took in order to make this one work was a Rakan throwing his life away.
Yeah, so Rakan dies and Kwangdong Freaks feel like, oh, okay, no Kellen, we can actually push up here. No, you cannot push up here as Teddy. He's completely isolated, and Showmaker instantly flashes, they paranoia onto him, and that's the end of the game. It's just that simple. Yes, Rakan was punished, and it was a good play from Kwangdong Freaks, but you didn't gain the ability to walk forward unprotected as the AD carry here. The Aphelios cannot be that far up, and it almost felt like they just lost their patience in this game. And at the end of it, like as Valdez was talking about, like sometimes games like this are a matter of who makes the least mistakes, and this was the most critical mistake they made at the last moment there. Got the Rakan, but lost your AD carry and lost the game.
Yeah, and it was a 4 versus 5 in the end anyway, but if your most important member dies, then it becomes a gigantic problem. And the fact that Twisted Fate doesn't necessarily do as much damage, their damage profile was very heavily invested on the physical side, and there was a tank Ryze with about 1 billion armor, I think is the rough amount.
Yeah, approximately.
Yeah, it was pretty ludicrous, that exact number. And POG is going to be a very interesting question. I think maybe the birthday boy himself is going to be picking it up, as that would be Docdom. It's his birthday, happy birthday. Let's see whether he gets the pog. It's not. It's going to be Showmaker, as of course Canyon and Showmaker generally pick up POGs on this team. 5-0-5 on the rise and wins both sides of this matchup today.
He wins both sides, as you mentioned, of the global mids. He also is able to be the one who flash roots the Aphelios at the end. Like, he was able to actually lock
the
things
game
down.
play.
I think that's part of why he will end up picking up the POG here, regardless of what happened in the mid game. My vote was actually, may surprise a lot of people, for Kellen. I thought he played a fantastic game on the recon. His early game was great in the laning phase. He saved Damwon Kia's retreat here. But this is the game-winning moment, right? And then as soon as he hits the root, Canyon knows he can press R, and that's the end of the game. So if we're voting for game-winning play, as we often do here at the POG, 100% goes to Showmaker. But he showed a versatility across both sides of this matchup tonight that's really impressive.
And also just based on how the game was played, right? It was very much a team effort. And I like giving it to Birthday Boy on his birthday, especially when he was landing laser-guided missiles on his opposition.
It was only me who voted for Kellen.
Oh, no.
And no Ducktom votes.
Sometimes you have to do your best media vote impression here on the analyst chairs. But I honestly think that that's absolutely fine. If I had have actually got my vote in, I would have looked.
I hope Kellen sees it.
Silly.
I hope Kellen saw it, all right? I hope he was like... Somebody knows.
Shout out to you, Kellen. We recognize, even though he spent the last 2 minutes in the death chamber, but that's absolutely fine. And actually, no, it wasn't the last 2 minutes because, of course, he died right before the end of the game. So congratulations to Showmaker picking that one up. Very hard to take points away from Canyon on Damwon.
It really is.
I actually think that it's only the two of them that have managed to get points so far this season, because there can't be very many more to go around when Canyon has 1,100.
Yeah, it's like, how many games have you played? Not that many more, so.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely ridiculous. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the interview with the mid and jungle, so let's throw it over to Jisun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, joined by Damwon Kia's Showmaker and Canyon. Congratulations! And this is the 7th victory of the split. Well, today's match was really decisive in terms of the standings, so it's a bit of relief that we won. And Canyon, you have now 1,100 POG points, and you are breaking your own record in the past. How do you feel? I'm happy about that, you know, feels great. Awesome. How far are you gonna go with the POG points? I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 more? And recently, Guangdong Freaks was on a hot streak. They climbed up to the 5th place currently. So what was the mindset heading into this matchup against Guangdong? First off, you know, we won the previous Guangdong series in round 1, and we were pretty confident, so we just wanted to play as we normally do. And Canyon, I want to ask you about what happened in game. You were camping in bot for about a minute, and then you finally grabbed a kill on Teddy, and that was one of the most significant kills in that game. First off, you know, looking at the opponent's comp, you know, we kind of realized that 5-on-5 clash is not a thing for us. And Aphelios, he had a little bit of a cooldown left for his cleanse, so I wanted to force a fight or skirmish down on the bottom lane. But I kind of realized that once I kind of went over him, he actually had cleanse. I was a little bit surprised, but still we were able to secure the kill. I think I stayed there for about 40 seconds, didn't know it was about a minute. I don't really normally do that, but I wanted to, you know, make a play on bot. I guess you're confident about securing the kill, right? Yeah, as long as, you know, because we had recon as well, so it was a pretty safe kind of play. And today was a day for Hecarim. You know, Peanut was having a great game on Hecarim in the first match, and Canyon, you are also picking up a POG and Hecarim as well. Do you think this pick is a first pickable? Over in the LPL, I think he's a go-to blind pick, but I'm pretty sure we're playing on a different patch. But still, yeah, Hecarim is a very viable pick right now. How was the results during scrims on Hecarim?
스크림에서는 다 같이 더 공격적이라서
Because we get to play more aggressively in scrims, you know, Hecarim even had better games.
스크림에서 오히려 경기보다 더 좋은 활약을 하셨던 것 같습니다. 그렇게 생각해도 될까요?
Well, that's a very interesting news to hear, but Showmaker, game 1, we decided to play TF into Rise, and then we had the opposite matchup in game 2. First off, you know, I'm confident in both picks, you know. In game 1, you know, it was the opponents who first picked Rise, so I just had something that was left. In game 2, looking at their comp, I think Rise could do better, so we decided to play Rise. Then what's your thought on Rise TF matchup on mid? I think they just... During the laning phase, Rise has the edge over TF, especially, for example, today I was not able to, you know, get a kill at level 3, which looked pretty easy to secure, so I guess Rise has a slight edge over TF. Just like you said, Rise is doing a great job, especially you. Your Rise is undefeated so far, 4-0. As long as there is not a significant meta shift, I think a lot of mid laners will stick to that Rise. Especially these days, you know, mid laners cannot really exert a huge amount of pressure, but Rise has a very high utility, so he has a bit of a strength and power in that regards. Kenyan, we were able to see your Nocturne coming back after a very long while. I don't really exactly remember, but it was our coaching staff telling me Nocturne looks good, let's go, let's just do it. So I was forced to play Nocturne, to be honest. It's been about a year. So, what did you feel when your coaching staff was telling you to play Nocturne when you were not ready? I mean, you just had to press R, to be honest. It's a very easy champion, so I wasn't having a special thought about it. I heard, actually, you didn't know which rune to take. Is that true? I mean, I was asking about the secondary runes. And I was wondering if I should go with the red one or the inspiration one. I wasn't really like having no idea about which main rune I should take. Still, a very impressive answer to hear from Kenyan. We had some early action from Guangdong Freaks. You guys were able to punish their invade attempt. Did you see that coming? Yeah, because Nocturne is very weak in level 1. But as the fight got extended, I thought it was pretty doable, and then we were able to get a slight win over there. And Dokdam is having his birthday today. We saw some social media posts from Tom and Kia as well. So, any birthday wishes for your AD carry? Hi, Dokdam. Congratulations. Happy birthday. And and hope you have something delicious later tonight. What about you, Showmaker? Any birthday wish for Dokdam? Happy birthday. And 파이팅!
알겠습니다. 저도 덕담 선수 생일 축하드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이제 다음 경기는
And your next opponent is Live Sandbox. Live Sandbox, their mid jungle are very strong. So I guess we really have to play well. But as long as we play well in that series, I'm pretty sure that we can win, so we will do our best in that match. I want to make sure that we win that Live Sandbox series in order to keep our winning streak going, or start off a winning streak in order to climb up in the standings in the LCK. And back to the endless carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for your excellent translation every single time. Can you believe it, Wolf? Every single time.
I can, actually. I've been watching her for a long time. I'm actually ready to trust, you know?
That's a good point. Maybe we need Jisun to mess up once or twice so that she can
make it
demonstrate how
interesting.
difficult it actually is. Exactly right. And as she's telling me now, we're going to look at the standings to see whether anything has changed. And unfortunately, for Damwon fans, that loss to T1 in such explosive fashion does mean that Damwon are not able to overcome DRX. they will stay in 4th place. Quantum Freaks as well, staying in 5th. So no actual changes whatsoever to the standing.
But DRX, you know, they have that tough matchup against Gen G on Sunday. If they don't win that one, you know, it is going to be them falling behind. As we take a look at the matches for tomorrow, will be T1 back against Hanwha Esports. There's always been a bit of a rivalry between those two teams. And then, of course, KT Rolster and Fred Brion, both kind of wounded at the moment, taking that first best of 3. So it should be an exciting day overall. First series especially should be very close, I would say.
Yeah, I'd say that one's going to be very close. Definitely a lot on the line for both of these teams, really vying for what is a final playoff spot right now. I guess the bottom 2, as far as 5th and 6th, are still up for grabs. But still, definitely, the race is starting to become real as we do get back down to the last few weeks of the LCK. But these are the last few minutes of this broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action. And for now, good night, good morning, or good day.
Set me free. You break down the wall.